Now that we have created our mini project, let's try to understand the background of how this event thing works. Okay. So in this section, I'm just going to touch upon the theoretical side of this thing. And I think this is an important section from the point of view of interviews, or like from the point of view of understanding the whole engineering of how things actually work, how this event architecture that is there actually works behind the scene. And if you know these things, you won't struggle creating efficient applications. Okay, so please try to listen to what I tell you in this section carefully. Otherwise, you may not be able to grasp this whole idea behind the events. Okay, so let's try to understand this. Right now on my screen, you have the button, and on this button, I'm attaching an event listener to listen for the click event. Okay, now what goes behind the scene? Before I come to what goes behind the scene, let's try to understand like this particular event name. So this click event name. Okay, and now we have two things here. We have button and we have click the event name. Okay, now whenever you do this, you are actually, what you're doing whenever you're writing this click event or whatever the name that you have, what you're doing is behind the scene you are creating an instance of the class called event. Okay, not event precisely. For the click event, you are creating an instance of the class called mouse event. But let's say whatever like event is, if you are writing whatever the name of that particular event is, you are creating an instance of the class, whatever event class that is. So if let's say it is event class, just for the sake of simplicity, because event class is the parent of all the events, all the things. Okay, so you can say that it's kind of like you are saying, like you are saying, you know, this way. So you are saying a mouse event, and this is what you are saying. This you are saying this. Okay, you are creating an instance here. So instance in this particular thing. Okay, so uh, you are creating an instance of that particular thing. It will become more clear when I show you the consoles. Okay, now this button thing is actually kind of like this thing is inheriting from a class called event target. Okay, so there are two things, event target and event class. These two classes are actually responsible for this entire events based interaction that you see in the web browsers. Okay, so this button is inheriting from a class called event target, and this add event listener, which that you see here, it's actually a method that is available in event target class. Okay, now here you are creating an instance of the event, and whatever event you are creating, and here you have this event target, and these two kind of like work together, they communicate with each other, and they, whatever this instance is, it is passed to this add event listener, and then it is kind of like you can say executed. Okay, so this is what actually like how things are working. Okay, now let's try to go a little bit deeper and see what these things are behind the scene. Okay, so let me show you. So this is just an utility function that I created to show you the inheritance hierarchy. Okay, so let me for the button, I just want to show you the inheritance hierarchy. So as you can see, this button itself is a class of HTML button element. Okay, and it is inheriting from HTML element, and it is then inheriting from element. The element and element is coming from node, and node is kind of like coming from event target. That means the this event target is kind of, you can say, at the top, very top, and at the top most you will have the object from which the entire this JavaScript thing is working. Okay, so the main class is object, but this event target is you can say which is kind of like giving birth to this all the making these methods available to node, to element, to HTML element, to HTML button element. And because of this inheritance, this HTML button element has this method called add event listener, remove event listener, and then there is another method called dispatch event. Okay, so these three methods are coming from event target. Now if like this is just a utility function, you can copy paste. I just wrote it down just to see the class, class hierarchy, whatever like the name of the construction is. So so this is kind of like something you can understand. So it's like whatever thing there is, these things are coming from some parent class. Okay, that's why you have these methods available on these elements. Okay, because HTML element that you see, it's kind of like also coming from this event target, right? So it's kind of like this hierarchy that you see here is what's actually making things possible. Now let me show you what I mean by this event target. Okay, so if you go here, this thing, this event target, sorry, this thing. Okay, I just wanted to comment this thing out, not the utility. So if you go here and if you like create an instance of event target class, here we are simply creating an instance of uh, target, right? And here we are checking for the properties of that event target. And here I'm just logging in the inheritance, like all the inheritance there is. Okay, so here as you can see, it's like object and then event target, right? It is simple as that. We can comment this thing out because it's clear. Now, if you notice these properties here in event target, you have add event listener, dispatch event, and remove event listener, right? So as you can see, like these things are like this particular class is responsible for making this add event listener available. Like it's and this class is actually making things possible on the button, because this is nothing but HTML button element, which in background is kind of like inheriting from this particular class, event target class, right? So as you can see, you have these three methods available. Now that we have this thing, what we can do, we can also like try to analyze the event class. So here I have created a simple event. Okay, so here what you have is an instance of the event class. So event class accepts one argument, and it is nothing but like you can pass any string, and this string works like an event. So whatever the event name is, you can pass it there. Okay, and notice that this high event that I have written here, it is nothing but like a random string name, but you can actually create an event from this and dispatch it, and you listen on add event listener and things like that. Okay, so I'll tell you how to do that. So here let's say like I have an instance of this event class. Okay, and as you can see, event is inheriting from object. Okay, so on this particular thing, if you log in here, notice in this we have a few things like is trusted, bubbles, cancel bubble, cancelable, composed. These things something that you must be familiar with, that I showed you in the when I was logging in the e dot, all the details related to the click events, right? So in that case, I showed you that these things are there, right? So all these things that you see here, these properties are nothing but these are coming from that this particular event, right? So whatever the mouse events that we analyzed in the console, those things are actually coming from this thing. And the mouse event that you saw, that click event, it was nothing but it was kind of an extension of this event class. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's first comment this line out so that we do not see this. Now here what happens, this mouse class here, there is another class called mouse event. Okay, so this mouse event is actually responsible for actually creating all the mouse events that you see here. So all the click that you see. Okay, so it also accepts a string as an argument, and here you can pass any argument that you like. So here browsers recognize this click, mouse, enter, etc. So they have like a specific recognition that yes, these are, if these string names are passed, then do the things. Otherwise, don't do that. Okay, you have another mechanism of like doing that thing. So here mouse event is there, right? Now this is nothing but it is an extension of the event class. That means whatever methods and properties are available on the event, those things will be available on mouse events as well. Okay, so if you open this thing, notice like these things, these properties that you see here is trusted, all key, cancelable, cancelable. These things are kind of like some properties are common, but apart from the common properties, you also have a lot of other things, right? So these things are nothing but they are specific to mouse events. So so as you can see, this mouse event is an extension of this event, right? So some things are there, but browsers realize that they need to deal with mouse events, so they need to extend some functionalities so that they can also have all the coordinates, etc. So this is why, like like they have extended that thing. So if you see the inheritance of this particular mouse, you will see that it says mouse event, it is inheriting from UI event. Okay, so UI event is another class which is inheriting from event, and then event is coming from objects. So as you can see, mouse event is nothing but an extension of the event class. Okay, so there are various types of these classes that exist. And if I come to this ambient documentation, so let me go back to this ambient documentation and let me show you that there are various types of predefined like inherited classes. Okay, so let's go to this event. And here, as you can see, like these are the classes: animation event, audio processing. So this has been deprecated. Okay. So here you have blob event, you have clipboard event, close event. So these things are nothing but these are kind of like classes. Okay, and these classes are kind of, you can say, they are they're an extension of the event class, which is the core class that is responsible for all sorts of event. Okay, so this is something that you have to keep in mind, that everything, that all the event that you see, uh, those things are actually coming from this core event class. Okay, now how this thing works. So when you say mouse new, okay, so here you can pass any string. So here you are simply creating let's say a variable mouse, and here you are creating an instance of this mouse event class, and you're passing variable mu. That means whenever mu happens, you want to do something. So this is what you're telling browsers. Now if you click on this, if I, let's say, uh, disable this thing, and whenever like you are saying mu, do mu, right? So what this means, so this simply does not make sense at first. Like how will browsers know that through mouse that mu has happened, right? So in this case, you cannot do anything with the mouse. Okay, you can only do that using this particular uh, method called dispatch event. Okay, so this particular method called dispatch event, which is nothing but it is coming from event target class, right? So since the document also inherits from the this entire thing, it also kind of like, if you look at the inheritance of the document, it also inherits from the event target. So if I, let's say, you know I enter document, right now this thing is not going to work, because here you also need to listen for the mu event, right? So notice the moment I listen for the add event listener for the mu event, and I just console log this feed the cat. Okay, now in order to listen for this thing, you also need to dispatch that event. So whenever you are writing some custom string here, you need to use this dispatch method in order to like tell browsers that execute this thing. Okay, so this will automatically get executed based on certain conditions. So it is not kind of like, you can say, something that you do with mouse, but it's something that you do programmatically. So here, as you can see, we are listening for new event, and that event is like automatically fired, right? So here, the moment you call this document or dispatch event, this method, then that event is automatically fired. So if, let's say, you need a custom event, in that case, what you can do, you can extend the mouse event, or you can extend the event class and write your custom event, but that is something you may not need in practice. Okay, most of the time you will stick to the basic events that are there. But let me tell you, you can even extend the event class and write your own events. Okay, so that's not an issue. But if you want to dispatch those events, you need to actually use this method, dispatch event, in order to actually do something programmatically. So you can write your logic and then put this particular dispatch event method, and then you can call this particular event, whatever event that you have actually created. Okay, so this is how things work. Now, let me show you this document, document hierarchy. As you can see, it's coming from like document is also inheriting from node, and like node from this. This is kind of like, this HTML document that is inheriting from document, then it is inheriting from node, it is inheriting from event target, and it is coming from the object. This. So this is what I wanted to show you, that everything that you see is coming from event target. So everything where you can actually attach this add event listener, that's actually coming from event target. That's why this on document you have this event listener available. Okay, and even on the windows, if you console of the windows, even on the window you have this thing. Okay, so even on the window, as you can see, it is also inheriting from the event target class, right? So so this is why you are able to listen for the for that uh, events, okay, any kind of events. This is the reason why you are able to add this add event listener, remove event listener, because this is how like these two classes are working together. So the element on which you are listening, that is inheriting from event target, and the event that you are actually creating, whatever click event or whatever other event that you have, those events are actually kind of like coming from this an instance of this mouse event or event or some other kind of events. Okay, so there are various classes that you have here, and those are kind of like nothing but inheriting from the this core event class. And whatever event that you do, that event is an instance of at least one of these things. Okay, so yeah. But if you want to extend the event class, if you want to extend the event target class, these are things like you can do. But this event these things are not something that you usually kind of do. Okay, because I don't think that as a beginner you'll be needing these things. You just have to have some understanding that how things are working, right? Now if you kind of like you know if you want to know what is whether this particular button is the instance of this particular thing, event target or not, then you can use this method instance of, and it will log in true or false, right? So this is all I wanted to tell you, that this is how things work. Now um now that like we know that these things are coming from this event target and event, what you need to know is that if you programmatically want to create some custom event, let's say new event or some other event, so here we say high event. Now these things are not something that browsers know. So in order to like do something, you need to use this third method, which is nothing but it's called dispatch event. Okay, so here I wrote somewhere, yeah, so here, so it's dispatch event. You need to dispatch that event programmatically. So you can write your entire logic, then you want to do something with that event. Okay, so this is how you can like use these things. Okay, so just keep in mind that you can also create custom events programmatically, and there is nothing like nothing to worry about. So these things are kind of working based on the classes. Okay, so these logics are there. Now let's try to understand what happens when, let's say, whenever you are creating an event. Now that we have some understanding of these classes, let's try to understand how actually events are processed behind the scene. Okay, so let's uncomment this part, and let's say this is a click event happens on this button, right? And this message like you see this particular message here. Now, what is actually happening behind the scenes? So the moment I click on my mouse, the signal travels to the operating system. Okay, so the operating system can kind of like it knows that mouse was clicked, and how it knows? It knows because you have the drivers for the mouse in your computer, right? So operating system knows, and it also has the event mechanism to actually know that where this event occurred on the screen. It also calculates all the coordinates, etc., and then it kind of like it informs the browser. So if the browser is open, browser will know that this is where that particular thing happened. And browsers have their own mechanism. So using these particular classes and that I showed you, using this event class and mouse event class, etc., they know that this particular event actually occurred. And when that event occurred, what they do? So for the click event, let's say you are using this click event, what they do? They create an instance called new mouse event, and here they pass click. Okay, and they create this instance, and that particular event, whatever instance that they have created, it kind of like it goes through this particular DOM tree. So it goes from the top to like it travels down the DOM tree, and it goes to the button where the event listener is actually attached. And where the event listener is attached, it goes to that particular event target, and then that particular event happens, and then it goes it goes back to the top. So events kind of like you can say they go whenever like you are listening for an event listener on a particular element, the browsers create an event instance, and that particular event it kind of like flows through their particular document. It's like it's going to that specific element, and then it goes back. Okay, and what you can do, um, you can through this particular phase, when the event travels down the DOM tree and travels up the DOM tree, what you can do, you can actually actually keep track of these particular phases. So using this add event listener, you can actually decide in what phase you want to listen for the events. Now let me tell you why these mechanisms exist. So why do events travel down and up the DOM tree? So these things exist for the efficiency purpose. So let's say if click event happened, right? Now when click event travels down the DOM, now it will also go through the body, right? But if I want to do something with that event on the body, I can actually do that, right? So instead of attaching this add event listener, I can simply listen for that particular, actually capture that particular event while it is traveling to the button, and the moment it reaches body, I can capture that event and I can do something with it instead of actually attaching an event listener. So the idea is to make things efficient. Instead of creating a tons of add event listeners, what we can do, we can actually capture the event and do something with it. So capturing can actually happen when the event is traveling down or when the event is going up the DOM tree. Okay, so just try to keep this keep this concept in mind, that whenever whenever you're listening for an event listener on a specific element, browsers it goes from the window to document to body to it goes travel down that particular hierarchy, and it goes down that tree until it reaches that specific element where that event listener was attached. And once that process has been finished, when the execution happens, after that this particular event goes back and travels up the DOM tree. Now, during these two phases, what you can do, you can actually capture these events and do something with them. Okay, so when it reaches the target element, it is called target phase, and when it is kind of when it goes down, it's kind of, you can say, it's called capture phase, and when it goes up the DOM tree, it is called bubbling phase. So these three phases are something that you need to keep in mind, that when it's traveling down the DOM, it's called capturing phase, and when it happens on that particular element, it's called the target phase, and when it bubbles up, it's called bubbling phase. Okay, so these three phases are kind of like crucial. It happens with every every event that happens in there. Okay, maybe in some cases exceptions are there, but I don't think that there are exceptions. It's just it's part of how the events functionalities are implemented in the browser. So it's like events are traveling to the DOM, and then it is searching for that particular element. And then once the process is finished, it is going back to the top. And this functionality is implemented just for the sake of efficiency, so that you do not have to listen for this event listeners at each specific point. You can simply capture the event and do something with it. I'll show you using an example, but just be patient and try to listen to me what I am telling you. Okay, so this is what is actually going on, that browsers create an instance of the this event, and event or whatever event that occurred, and that event travels down, goes to the element, and when it travels down, it's called capturing phase, and when it goes to the element, it's called target phase, and then it goes back when the process is finished. Okay, so this is how things are working. Now these things have tons of other things going on behind the scene, the event instance is created. It is sent to that target where the event target is there, and event target actually get the event, and it from the event it gets all sorts of data like event location, event details, event type, etc. And then based on that that particular event, whatever instance is there, from that instance is automatically kind of made available to the handle or whatever callback that we passed function, this particular function, and this function uses the information from the event to do something. Okay, so as you can see, this entire thing is kind of becoming more clear. This is the whole engineering behind the scene, and these things are kind of more efficiently handled in the background using the event loop and this entire event queues, etc. So I'm not going to touch upon those things, but I think I have touched upon in the very beginning how things work. So just try to understand that this is the simple way to understand what is going on. That is all there is. Now these things will become more clear when I show you the entire thing using an example. Just wait for a while, and after that I'll show you using examples that how things actually work. Okay, so yeah, so what we discussed is that uh, you have event target, you have event class. So these two classes are there, and they are responsible for the entire functionalities in the DOM. Okay, events related functionalities. Um, Whatever thing that has inherited from event target will have the capability to listen for the event, remove event, and dispatch event. Okay, and the event that is happening, that event can be like any string name, and you need to do something about that thing. Okay, by default these click events, mouse enter event, and these things are kind of like, you can say, automatically detected by browsers, and they know that these are like specific events. Okay, so how do they know? So it's kind of like they follow w3c like guidelines in order to create these call functionalities, and they come to you can say a conclusion that, hey, we are all going to implement these things, and these names will be chosen, and these are the things that we are going to implement, so please also implement in your browsers. So it's kind of like this is how things work. Okay, so they follow some DOM guidelines that is there. But this name, string name that you see here, the string name can be anything, because this is also an instance of the mouse event class. So it's like here you can do, but if you are defining something of your own, you need to dispatch that event in order to actually execute that event. Okay, so this is something that you need to keep in mind. And also whenever these things are working together, they are kind of like, you can say, this particular add event listener, this is accepting the event, whatever event that you have, and it has this handle function, right? Whatever this callback function is, and this function automatically gets the information about the event that you were passing, like whatever the event target, event current target, event like coordinates, etc. And then based on that information, it does something. And but whatever that you see here, that is actually happening on the event target. So it's these things are coming from the event target class, right? So this is the whole thing. And whenever you are actually clicking on this button, that what you're doing, you are simply creating an instance of the event class, whatever event type you created. Let's say you click on this, it will create an instance of mouse event, and click, and then that particular thing travels down and it goes to the instance, and then the execution happens, and then it goes back. Okay, so this is kind of like how things work. And during these two phases, during the capturing phase and during the bubbling phase, what you can do, you can actually capture the event, and you can actually do something. Okay, so this is all you need to keep in mind. Now let's see how things actually work. I'll show you using example, and things will become a lot clear to you. Now let's see an example and see what is actually going on. So here, as you can see, I have one div, and within this div I have another div, and then I have another div, right? And here I am simply like I have created this styling, and then I have this selection. Okay, you can pause the video and write these things down. But here let's try to see how this event propagation thing works. Okay, so you have this add event listener on this div3, div2, div1, and we also have the event listener on document and window. Okay, and here we are simply listening for the click event. So whenever the click happens on these things will be kind of like, you can say, executed. So right now, no, I'm not going to click anywhere. But as I explained earlier, that whenever you are attaching this event listener, whenever you're making the click, browsers create an instance of this mouse event, and that is kind of like, that travels down the DOM tree, and then it goes to the target, wherever the target is, and that is known as target phase, whenever the execution that happens during that phase, and then it goes up the tree, right? So what happens, this particular thing that you see here, so it's like in this elements, here we have this thing. So these are kind of like, within the body we have this whole thing, right? And then you have this entire document here. Now whenever the event, any event that you are creating, listening for event, and whenever that event happens, that will travel down that thing, and from there, like, it goes back. So here, this is div3 is my target where I'm going to click. Okay, now notice what happens when I click here. So when I click on this gives me div3 was clicked, div2 was clicked, div1 was clicked, body was clicked, document was clicked, window was clicked. So why is this happening? So a simple understanding will tell you that since this div3 is inside the div2, and div2 is inside the div1, div1 is inside the body, and body is inside the document, and document is inside the window, that's why this thing is happening. Okay, so this is simple as that. Okay. Now, this is kind of like a reflection of how the event is actually flowing up. Okay, so it's like by default, this is not an like example of events going down. So let me show you the elements. So here the event is not going down. Okay, here the response shows that it is first happening on that target, then it is going to the parent, then it is going to the parent to parent, parent to parent, right? So this means it's kind of like the opposite. So it's kind of like going from here to here, then here, then here, then here, then here, right? So this whatever reply that we see in that console. Now the output, whatever the output that is there. Now the thing is, like by default, there is a third option in this add event listener, which actually tells you in what phase you want to listen for this particular event. Do you want to listen for this particular event in bubbling phase or in the uh, you know capturing phase? So by default, you are listening for this particular event in the bubbling phase. That means when the event goes up the tree. So when event goes up the tree, by default, that's when we are listening for. So by default, this argument, there is a third argument, which is either Boolean or options. So by default, this is set to false. Okay. So by default, this argument is set to false. And this means you are listening for that particular event in the bubbling phase when event bubbles up. Okay. So this is the reason why, like, this order is there, because this is the reason why this order is there. Okay, it is like coming from the target to the whole parent. But let's say I want to listen for the events in uh, capturing phase. That means when event actually travels to the particular target. So whenever like event travels to that particular target here, so whenever that particular event travels to the target, so let me show you what will happen when I set the third argument of this add event listener method to true. So what this is simply saying that, hey, I want to listen for the event when the event is actually traveling down. So that means when the event is actually like going down on the down tree, in that case, I want to listen for that event. So in that case, if you click on here, it will kind of like it will show you the traveling down clicks. So it's like window was clicked, document was clicked, D1 was clicked, D2 was clicked, D3 was clicked. Okay, so this is showing you that particular path. So this is where things are kind of like becoming a little bit clear that in the add event listener is nothing but a method to listen for the event, and it allows you to listen for the event in two phases, when the event is either traveling up or whether it is traveling down. So by default, the event actually travels down. Sorry, by default, actually, fundamentally, events travel down. But the thing is, like in the add event listener, you were actually listening by default. You are actually tracking the bubbling up part. Okay, so whenever the event is bubbling in that phase, we by default we listen for that. Otherwise, by default, the events are actually traveling down. Okay, and it travel ups and down. Otherwise, you can either choose to ignore those events, or you can listen for these events. Okay, so this is the thing. So make sure that this particular third argument is kind of like false or true based on your requirement. Now this third argument can also be passed in a different way. So it can also be passed using options. Okay, now before I come to that, let me show you something else. So let's say this particular div3, like I have these things. Okay, when I click on this, div3 was clicked, div2 was clicked, div1 was clicked, body was clicked, document was clicked. Okay, now what if I just want to limit my this particular thing? So this particular thing that you have, I just want to listen for the click event inside this box. I do not want to show these capture these clicks here on these boxes. So if let's say you want to do that, all you can do is you can use this method called e.prevent default. Okay, sorry, you can use stop propagation. Okay, now what this is going to do, this is going to stop the propagation of that event up up the tree. Okay, this is only kind of like you were saying, hey, limit the event, I do not want that thing to go up. So this is what you are doing here. You are simply preventing the event from propagating up the down tree. Okay, so it's kind of like you are limiting it here. So if let's say I kind of like want to limit the event after div1. So after div1, what I can do, I can pass it here. Okay. And when I click on this, the event will travel to the div1, but after div1, the event will not go to the body or to the document, to the window. Okay. But here on the document and body, whatever other clicks are there, those things will be there. Okay. So if I click here, those things will be fired. So as you can see, those events are kind of like, those clicks are different. Okay. But on this particular click, that is particular event that is occurring here, this is kind of like going until this div1. After the div1, it is not going to the body or the document. That's why you do not see the console logs that are there. Okay, so this is something you have to keep in mind, that if you want to prevent the propagation of an event, you simply use this stop propagation. Okay, and there is another method called stop immediate propagation. So I can understand this may sound a little bit confusing, but if you rewatch this entire thing and if you read a little bit of MD documentation, then things will become a lot easier. Yeah. Now there is a method called stop immediate propagation. Okay. Now here, as you can see, I have this mouse enter event, and then you have this click listener 1, click listener 2, click listener 3, div2 was click, div1 was click. So here notice what I am doing here. I have div3, and on this div3 I am listening for click, and then I'm console logging this thing, and here I am doing something else, and here I am doing something else. Okay, so I'm listening for the click event 3 times, but I'm doing three different things. Now I'm also attaching an event listener for the mouse enter, and I'm doing something else, and then I'm also tracking the event flow using this checking whether the click happened on div2 or div1, so that I can actually see this. Now the thing is, whenever this particular whenever you are using this stop immediate propagation, what this will do, this will actually prevent the this will prevent the flow of that particular event. And notice what will happen. So the moment I entered my mouse, it says mouse enter listener. Okay, but if I click on this, it only shows you click listener 1 and click listener 2. The click listener 3 was not shown here. Why? Even though it is a click event, it is not showing. Why? It's because we are using this stop immediate propagation. This means this not only stops the propagation, but it also stops the happening of the events with this particular same name. Okay, so if here you have defined the stop immediate propagation, whatever events, like if you have used the same event names after that line, those similar events won't happen. So this click event won't happen on this div3. Okay, so this is something that you have to keep in mind, that top immediate propagation is kind of like a little bit one level above that in stop propagation. And in stop propagation, we were simply stopping the propagation of the event. But in stop immediate propagation, we are not only doing this propagation stop, like we are not only stopping the propagation, we are also kind of, you can say, stopping the happening of the similar event, happening of the same event. Okay. But notice like mouse enter event is happening because it is different from click. Okay, so this is something you have to keep in mind, that event will not propagate, and these things are useful when you actually start building the application. So I'll tell you where these things are actually required. Okay, so don't worry about that. Now let me tell you, as I mentioned, that this third option can also be passed as in a different manner. So it can be either boolean or it can be option. So let me show you what I mean. So here I have this code. Okay, now here as you can see, I have this div3, and on this I am listening for the click event, and I'm saying console log 3. In the third argument, I have these 4 options. I have capture, I have once, I have passive, and then you have this signal. Okay, now what are these things? So let me tell you, this capture is nothing but this true or false. Okay, so it's kind of like here you are simply specifying in this particular capture. Okay, as a capture. So this is the same thing. Okay, so if you are not like planning to pass this particular option, you can simply pass true or false, and that will be considered as capture true or false. So by default it is false. That means you are actually your event is actually going up, bubbling up, so you are listening in the bubbling phase. So add event listener, this simply means add event listener is listening in the bubbling phase. And if the capture is true, it will listen in the capture phase. Okay, so this you can choose from these two phases, and you can listen in any one at one point. So like you cannot listen for this event in these two phases. So if event is traveling down, you can either listen in this one phase or in another phase. So you have to choose. Okay, by default we listen for the events in bubbling phase. Okay, now this once here actually is kind of like, what this does, it tells browser, hey, once the click has happened once, remove that, you do not listen for the click event, and do not execute these things after that. So it's kind of like you have removed the event listener after one time. So this is what you're doing. So notice in our this mini project, we had this random color boxes, and we were removing the event listeners, right? So we looked at two approaches: event current target remove event listener, and here we have this event target style pointer events none, right? So instead of doing this remove event listener, you can simply pass the option here as uh, you know okay, and this would do the same thing. So it's kind of like after one click, you'd kind of like stop listening for that particular click event. So this is the use of that thing. So if you immediately want to remove that after one click, then you can use this once option. Now you have this option called passive. Passive equal to, like, it is set to false by default, but you can set it to true. So what is this? Now whenever browsers go through this particular line of code, browsers actually pass this entire code before like executing. So they read through this entire thing and then they execute that particular thing. Okay, so whenever you have this passive equal to true, browsers actually won't check if you are using e.prevent default. They will immediately execute this thing. So if you have this passive false, this means browsers are going to check your code for e.prevent default method, and if it is there, then like it's kind of like you are hinting browser, hey, whenever you're setting it to true, you are hinting browser, hey, I'm not going to use e.prevent default, feel free to execute it immediately. So this is the message to the browser. Okay, so some sub events like scroll event and wheel event that we saw in mouse, so these events have like their default behavior e.prevent default, they have this passive set to true. So that means they do not have this e.prevent default, that thing. Okay, so it's kind of like uh, you know uh, it's a way of communicating to browser, hey, do not I'm not going to use e.prevent default in my code. Okay, and when you do that, browsers immediately execute that. If you use this e.prevent default in scroll or in these other things, then you will see a slight delay between the event happening on your screen. So it's kind of like browsers are checking inside your event listener whenever you are using that e.prevent default. So whenever this particular thing is false, browsers will look for that particular statement. Otherwise, they will execute things immediately. Most of the time, you'll be like using this capture and once. And now you have this signal. So signal is nothing but it's kind of like, let's say, conditionally based on certain condition, you want to remove the add event listener. So let's say what happens if you just clicks on this thing. Let's say you want to allow you just to click on this particular element just for next 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, you want to kind of like stop allowing the click, stop listening for that particular event. So in that case, what you can do, you can use a signal, and this signal can be created, and I'll show you how to create that signal. And this is nothing but a programmatically you are creating a logic where you are actually preventing that particular actually you are removing the event listener. Okay, so programmatically based on certain condition, based on certain logic, you are preventing that thing to happen. Okay, so I'll show you what this means. Now let's see this particular example. So here on div2, this we are listening for the click event, and I'm just console logging div2 was clicked, and here I have set this once to true. Okay, now let's see what happens here. So when I click on div2, we see this particular message div2 was clicked, but if I click again, nothing happens. Why? It's because we have set this option as true. If I set it to false, we will be able to see all the clicks that happens. So here, as you can see, you see all the counts, right? So set it to true. When you set it to true, this particular thing will kind of like not you know it's not going to work after first click. So this is all you need to keep in mind. Now let's see how to use that this signal option. Now in signal option, what you can do, you can use an instance of the abort controller class. So this is kind of like a way to abort things programmatically. So this class actually, uh, creates an abort kind of like, like an instance of the abort controller, and it will help you actually, uh, you know, assign a signal to that particular add event listener, and that signal, then you can, what you can do, you can use that instance and call a method called abort, and then your signal will be like, your signal will actually signal this thing, and it will tell you, hey, let's stop listening for the click event. So let me show you. um Here I am listening for the click event on this, and I'm passing the signal. Now this signal is nothing but it's coming from controller dot signal. It's a property from this class. Okay, so whenever you create an instance of this class, you can create any like variable here, and on that you get this property signal, right? And that signal that you get, that's something you are passing here. Okay, and whenever this particular on document, let's say, whatever this thing is there, this particular thing, what you can do, you can write your logic, and then you can call this method. Okay, so this particular method that you see here, controller.abort, automatically that thing will be kind of like, after one click or whatever that click happen, it will automatically be executed once this thing happens. So what I'm doing here, I'm simply listening for the add event listener, like, I'm listening for the click event on the document, and what I'm checking, if this particular, if the event is happening on the div, if the event is happening on div1, I want to keep on like, console logging that thing. Otherwise, what I want to do, when the user, let's say, after clicking on the div, if let's say user clicks on the document, what I want to do, I want to abort this particular add event listener. I do not want to listen for that event anymore. Okay, so this is what this is doing. So as you can see here, it calls the method, it aborts this particular thing. This whole thing is kind of like programmatically gone. You are no longer listening for the event listener, and you are just simply console logging here, and this particular thing has been cancelled. Okay, so this is how you can use that. You simply have to create an instance of abort controller class, and this will give you property called signal, and on this particular thing, or on this thing, you can call this method called controller.abort. So these three things simply keep in mind, and like, whatever programmatically you have decided the logic to abort that thing to from happening, then you can kind of like use that, and you'll get rid of this add event listener, whatever thing that will not happen. Okay, so this is how you can like programmatically do that. Now let's talk about the event delegation, and let's see how to actually, use that. Now, as I mentioned, that events travels down and then it goes up, right? So what we can do is, like, whenever like event is happening on this particular, let's say on this box, whenever this event is happening and this event is happening and this event is happening, so it's kind of like, whenever you're clicking on this, you're also clicking inside the thing, right? Because the event is happening on that box as well, on the main box as well. Now what we were doing earlier, we were simply like attaching event listener on div3, div2 and div1. Okay, now, instead of doing that, instead of creating three add event listeners, what we can do, we can actually listen for the event on this particular parent. And on this parent, what we can do, we can figure out the area where the event was, like, where the event occurred. Okay. And if that area is equal to that particular element, then we can actually do some logic. And if that area is, let's say, equal to some other area, then we can, some other element, then we can do something else. So it's kind of like, instead of creating three event listeners on div3, div2 and div1, we are simply listening for the event listener on this particular main div, and then from the main div, from the event that we have, from the event object that we get, from that event object we are getting the information about the target, what is the e dot target, and if that e dot target is equal to this particular element, then we want to do something. If that e dot target is equal to this thing, we want to do something else, right? So here notice, I'm just doing, if e dot target equal to div2, then I want to do something else. If it is equal to div3, I want to do something else. Okay, so this is what's happening. So if I click on div3, notice here it says you clicked on div3 which is inside div1. Okay, if I click on this div2, it says you clicked on div2 which is inside div1. So instead of creating add event listeners on each of these boxes, what you're doing, you are simply creating event listeners on this parent, and from the parent you are identifying the region where the event actually occurred, and you are using this e.target to find that particular region, and then you are kind of like doing whatever logic that you want to do. So this is something that's very useful. So please keep these things in mind. These are nothing but a theoretical understanding of how things actually work behind the scene. So here, once again, events travel down, it goes up. Okay, and during these two phases you can listen for the events, you can prevent the event from propagating, and you can actually capture those events and do something. Okay, so this is all you need to keep in mind. Okay, and this event delegation and things are working because of this theoretical background. So these event propagation things, this is why these things are actually working. Okay, so it may look like since this box is inside that, so that looks like meaningful, but still behind the scene events are actually traveling down and going up. Okay, and add event listeners actually give you a way to listen for these events in either capturing phase or in the bubbling phase. So that's what you're doing. And if you are not listening for the events are kind of like lost. And also let me show you that we created this drag and drop part, right? So uh, here what we were doing, we were creating add event listeners on each of the element, right? So each of the child element. Now the thing is, I earlier just wanted to show you like specific clarity purpose, for the clarity purpose, because I had not discussed these concepts. I just wanted to just go with the inefficient approach. So here we were going through the each of the child element, and then we were attaching this thing, this these add event listener on each of the child elements. So here we had 10 elements, and we were listening for four, like we are creating four event listeners. That means in total we were creating 40 add event listeners, right? So this is really inefficient in terms of memory. So what we can do, because these child elements, these tasks who are inside the div, this parent div, what we can do, we can listen for the add event listener on the parent, and from the parent we can identify the region. We can use the event delegation concept, and we can identify the region where the click happened. And if that region is equal, like if that particular target is happening within the children, in that case we can simply like execute this logic on drag start, on drag leave, on drag over, on drop. So in that case, so let me show you how to do that. Okay, so the logic is entirely same. The only thing that changes here is we simply made our code a little bit more efficient. So we are listening for the events on this parent, drag start, drag over, drag leave, and drop. But what we are doing, we are checking if the event actually occurred within a particular region. So if that particular region is the children, the tasks, in that case we want to execute that function. Okay, so this is the entire like idea behind event delegation. And these things are kind of like here notice, like we have only, we in this case instead of 40 we have like just 4 event listeners in the memory, right? So this is kind of more efficient. So this is how kind of you can use the concepts that I have taught you in this past 1 hour, and you can kind of like use this, and now our code is a lot more efficient. So the drag and drop like handle that we created, the entire project is now a lot efficient as compared to what we had earlier, where we were actually attaching event listen on specific elements, right? So now as you can see, we have like this parent, and that thing is there. Okay, so yeah, now just try to rewatch this video no, if you are not confused. But I highly recommend like just go through the ambient documentation once, and you'll be able to kind of like get whole thing in a more detailed manner. Okay, whatever I told you, it's kind of like I have told you in a very like you can say theoretical manner, like a story. But the thing is like a lot goes behind the scene, and you do not need to know the entire thing. But the only thing that you need to know is how kind of like events are propagating, and how you have to kind of like uh, take the advantage of these things. And let me tell you, this bubbling and capturing phase are nothing but it's kind of like a way of implementing efficient approach to handling the events. Okay, so that you do not end up creating tons of event listeners in the memory. You can simply capture the event, do something. Okay, so this is the whole idea behind. So it's kind of like browsers have their tons of their engineering is simply designed to make things very efficient. Okay, so now after this, what you can do, you can read in the ambient documentation, you can see how to extend your event target class, how to extend this event, and you can actually learn these particular things like how to manage event delegation, how to use parent as like the main add event listener, and then listen for specific children if there are tons of there. Okay, so now that this thing is there in this particular case, drag and drop task. If a user is creating, let's say, thousands of tens of thousands of tasks, and in that case we'll still have four event listeners, right? We won't have like from 10 to 10,000, like 10,000 into 4. So imagine how many event listeners we would be creating. So that would be highly inefficient. So this was kind of like my entire goal, just to show you that you can use these concepts related to the events, and you can make things a lot more efficient. Okay, so this is all you need to know. And these things that I have actually written here, since it was getting long, like really it would not be possible to explain this whole thing in 1 hour, so I actually coded down everything, just because a part of the reason was that it was theoretical side. Okay, so that's why. Now, if you need these things, you can get it in the code. Otherwise, you can go back to the video, pause the video, and write down everything that you saw. Okay. So this is all you need to know about the events. Now let's discuss more concepts. And the event is not over it. Okay. So yeah. Now let's try to understand how to use events inside classes, and what is the relationship with the this keyword. Okay. So if you are familiar with classes, you'll be able to understand this easily. Right now on my screen, I have this button and I'm simply adding event listener. And here I'm defining a named function and console logging this keyword. And again, I have this arrow function, and I have this anonymous function. Now, this keyword gives you the object in context of which you are calling that particular function. Okay, so in this case, whenever you have named function, it kind of like it derives the context from this particular button. Okay, so this keyword will refer to the object, this object button. Okay, but in the arrow function case, this keyword kind of like derives this context from the surrounding. So you can imagine it as like one level above this. Okay, so the surrounding here will be window, right? And if you put this inside another function, then in that case it would derive and the value of this from the function, the one level above function. Okay, and this anonymous function works in the same way as this named function. Okay, now let's try to see what happens when I click here. What will be the values of this in each case? So if I click here, notice like this named function is deriving the meaning of this particular this keyword from button. For the anonymous function case, sorry, for the arrow function case, it is getting from the window, and for the anonymous function case, it is getting from the this button. Okay, so that means for the named function or for the anonymous function, this keyword is referring to the element which is listening for that event. Otherwise, for the arrow function, it is kind of like going one level above, which is in this case window. If you are defining it inside a class, in that case, it will refer to the class name. Okay, for the class instance. Now let's try to understand how to use this inside the class. Now here I have created a class and I'm doing the same thing but using the class approach. Okay, I'm asking user to pass the button, and when user enters the value, I'm doing the query selector for that particular button, and I'm just creating a property this dot click. This refers to the instance of this particular class here. Okay, and use this inside the class in order to refer to that instance and work with that. Now let's say I have this add event listener, and in this case, you simply have to pass whatever method you define in this manner, right? Here I have created a handle click function, and this is doing that. Now the thing is, since this function is a named function, it is getting called in context of this button, because right now I'm passing this button, right? So it will automatically get executed in context of button. So this means it will refer to the button itself. So this keyword will refer to the button itself. But what if I need to access properties of the class instance? Okay, so if let's say I need to access this property, this dot click, so what will happen then? First, let's try to console log this thing, and when you console log, you see the button, but you do not see the property this dot click. Okay, and here you simply see the console log. So what is happening here is that since this console log, this is kind of like referring to the button element, since this function is getting called in context of the button. and it is a named function. That's why it is kind of referring to the button. It is not referring to the button handler. That's why it is not able to access this dot click property. Now, if let's say for some reason inside your handler, you need to access the property of the class instance, in that case, what you need to do, you need to bind this particular thing. Okay, you need to bind this particular handler to the context of that instance. So all you have to do is use this bind keyword and bind method, sorry, and this is going to bind the context of this means the instance of the class to that handler, and whatever thing that you are accessing here, all the property that you are accessing inside that handler, you'll be able to kind of access those things. So if I click here now, you'll get this property 0. Okay, so this bind, and this is kind of like, you can say, fixing this. Right now, notice this is now referring to the button handler. So this class, so whatever the this particular instance, this whatever this thing is. Okay, so as you can see, use the bind this if you want to provide the handler the context of that particular class. Okay, this is all you need to keep in mind. Otherwise, this will refer to the element which is calling the add event listener, which is calling that handler function. Okay, so this is all you need to keep in mind. Now there is another approach, and also let me tell you that if you're using arrow function, then arrow function will automatically refer to the button handler. It will not refer to that this button. Okay, because arrow function derives its context from the surrounding, which is kind of like one level above. So one level above you have this button handler. That's why it is going to refer to that button handler. For the anonymous function case, same case applies as the name function. Okay, so all you have to remember is you need to use bind this if you're using some outside function, some handler function, and in that case, if you need to access the property of the class, in that case you need to bind that. Otherwise, you will get weird output. Okay. Now there is a very simple approach that you can follow, and this is something kind of like used in many applications. So if let's say you have the class, instead of passing a handler function here, you can simply pass the object. Okay, whatever the object that you have. Right now, I'm simply passing the instance of the class here, this button handler, and this is going to refer to that thing. And but the rule here is that you need to define a special method called handle event method inside that object. Okay, so this is not just related to the class. It can be related to that specific object that you create, okay, in JavaScript. So even in that object, you can define handle event and pass the object as the handler, and automatically this add event listener will figure out that your class has this special method, and it will automatically use this thing. Okay, and here also you can accept event or and do things like that. So you simply have to pass this here and define this special method called handle event, and this will automatically do that do things for you. So let's see what happens. So when I click here, notice you get this thing. Okay, so it's working, right? So the idea here is to pass the object, and inside the object you define this special method called handle event, and it will automatically give you the access to that particular object, this keyword, etc., and you'll be able to do whatever logic you want to add. And also, handle event is really efficient. It's because, let's say if I have this click event and then I have this mouse enter event, here what you can do, you can simply check the type of event that is happening, and based on the type of event that is happening, you simply define all the logic. Instead of writing separate handlers, you can simply define all the logic inside one single function. And this whenever you are adding this add event listener, passing the object, it will automatically based on the event, it will automatically execute that part of the logic. Okay, so this is I think the cleanest approach that you should be using if you are confused with bind this. Otherwise, for the simple cases, you can use this bind this. But I think handle event is kind of more efficient approach, and it is also used in many bigger applications. This is the reason why it is there. Okay, it exists there just so that in bigger applications you can simply refer to this and this particular object, the class, instead of binding everything again and again. Okay, so yeah. Now let's talk about this window object, and on this window object you have this property of location. Okay, so whenever you console log this thing, you will see this location property. Okay, and you have the details here, and in this you have this hash, host name, href, origin, path name, port. So these are, you can say, the details regarding the URL that you have. Okay, so your host name is this particular part, and your host is this entire thing, this entire part. Okay, And hash is nothing but like, when you jump from one element to another in the, your document. So that is kind of, you can say, whole, that hash is that thing. So whenever you are creating ID, and then you are kind of like, sending through the link, that's where you get this hash symbol there. Okay. Now, this path name, this is your path name, this part. Port is nothing but this 5500, and protocol, whatever protocol that we're using, HTTP or HTTPS. Okay. Now, here, like, these things are just information that you can actually know that these things exist, and if you need them, you can access them. Okay. And you also have this property called reload. So what this reload does, if you do the reload, this is going to reload the page. Okay, so as you can see, it is kind of like reloading the page again and again. So let's say you want to programmatically reload the page. In that case, you can use this window.location.reload. Okay. And this, here you have this window.location. Here also you can kind of like check the value, or you can even assign something. Okay. So when you assign a particular address, then you can programmatically send the user to that particular address. And also, apart from that, you have replace. So replace does the same thing. And apart from this, you also have this assign. So assign is kind of like, it works in a different manner as compared to this replace and assigning the names, like, using this approach. So this, you also have the assign method here somewhere. Yeah. So here, this assign method, what this does, it's kind of like, it does the same work as this location and this replace. But what this does is kind of like, it sends the user to that particular page, and it also gives you that back button. But in some cases it may not work, but because, if let's say I do this, replace here. Okay, instead of replace, let's use this assign. Okay, let's do the assign, and let's see what happens. So as you can see, this programmatically we have gone to this Mozilla, right? And this particular thing that you see here, right now we do not see the back button. For some reason you are not seeing the back button, but in some cases you will see the back button. Okay, right now this, maybe it's because of how I'm working. But yeah, assign actually kind of like also maintains the history. And if you need these things, you can simply use them. And apart from that, let me restart this whole thing. Apart from this, you also have this document.location. Okay, so location is also available on the document. So let me show you what I mean by that. So on this document, I also have this location. Okay, so even on the window and even on the document, you have the same thing. So it's like, if you want to use this document.location or you want to use window.location, you can use any one of them, and you can get the value of your URL, your origin, your path name, port, etc. And you can use that whenever you need that. Okay, so these are things you can use. Also, like, the most preferred way and the standard way of using is using this window.location, but you can use document location. Okay, because they are same thing, and they exist for the historical regions. So it's kind of like, this one is more modern approach, but you can still use these things. Okay, so this is all you need to know about the location. And like, if you visit this MDN documentation, let's go to the MDN documentation. They have a really nice diagram where kind of they show you. Okay, so let's go to this location, and here they have a really nice diagram. Yeah, so notice here, it says href. Is href, this is entire thing. If you go to protocol, this is protocol. This is going to give you the host name. This is going to give you the port. This is going to give you the path. This is going to give you the search query that user is like, typing after the question mark. So this is really nice diagram. I think it's interactive. So yeah, feel free to explore this section and see what's there. Okay, let me select this thing, and let me write this here. So when you run this code, you'll go there. Okay, so yeah, that's all for this. Now let's go to the history API and see how that works, because that's kind of like dependent on this concept. Now let's see how history API works. And this is again a theoretical part, so you do not have to worry about writing this whole thing. Okay, just try to listen it, because in practice you may not be using this entire thing. Okay, but still you should have some understanding, because in case you need history API at some place, then this is kind of like going to help you out. Okay. So on the window, you have this history. Okay. Right now I have created a div, and as you can see, this is what we have. I've selected these things. Now the thing is, like, here, as you can see, I'm just console logging the history. And here, as you can see, the length says 1. So what this gives you, history actually gives you the history of the current session. It does not give you the history of the entire browsing history or things like that. Okay, it gives you the user's current history related to this specific tab that is there. Okay, so it is about your website that you are building. Okay, now what happens here, that it browsers maintain a stack, and in that stack they kind of like push this thing. So this shows length 1, right? So that means this current thing is inside that stack. So that's why the length is 1. Now on the history, you have some method like back, forward, go. Okay, so these are like 3 methods. And then there is length, which is nothing but this thing, this property. Okay, so back means like, what you can do, if you call this method on a specific like history, you will go one step back in the stack. And if you call forward, you will go one step forward. That means if, let's say, user is on the current page, and if you call back, user will go to the back page. Okay, uh, related to that specific this particular website. Let's say the user is on page 2, and earlier user was on page 1. So if you click this back, if you use this back method, user will go to page 1. And if you go, let's say, forward, if you have the forward, if the user has the history of forward as well, then user will go to that thing. Okay, so if, let's say, on page 1 you are calling this forward, then from page 1 the user will go to the page 2. Okay, so this is specific to the history that within the stack. Okay, so this does not mean that this will automatically send user to a new page. This will only send user within the bound of where the user has actually visited things. Okay, and now go is all about, you can say, it's like you are specifying a specific location in the history. So you were saying, if you mention like go -1. Okay, so in the go it accepts number. So if you can specify -1, and it will send you one step back in the history. And if you're saying 1, then it is going to send you one step forward. So it's like, you can specify a number, and then based on that number, whatever the number is there in the stack, automatically browser will kind of like, send user there. So these 3 things are there that you can keep in mind. Now, apart from that, you have this push state and replace state. So these are like 2 methods that are kind of like important, in the sense that they're important as compared to these things. Okay, so what push state does, push state kind of like like it's a way to programmatically pushing the current state. So it's like, like, let's say, if you are creating something, and you want to create a URL, and you want to push this thing inside the stack, then you can use this push state. Okay, and replace state is nothing but it kind of like replaces that current history in the stack. So in the stack, whatever the topmost thing is, replace state is simply going to replace that using a different URL or whatever that you specify. So let me show you what I mean. So here on the button, we are listening for the click event, and whenever user clicks on it, I am changing the inner HTML, and also I am kind of like changing the URL. Okay, so the whenever user clicks on this, the content will change, the URL will change as well. Okay, now this will push like, it's kind of like, here what you are saying history dot push state, and here you are passing an object. This is how you can do that. You have to pass an object, and then the second argument is like, you can use it as title, or you can simply ignore it. Okay, in modern times we do not use this second argument. And then here you can specify a path. Okay, so what this is going to do, this is going to put this particular page to slash page to whatever this thing is. It's going to push this thing in the stack. That means it will be now kind of added to the stack. Okay, and if, let's say, user kind of like goes back and then goes forward, then automatically that URL will change. So this is what this means. Okay, in the same way, here I have this page 3, and here I am saying I am on page 3, and here again what I'm doing, I'm simply pushing this thing into the stack the moment user clicks on the button 2, and I'm simply kind of like just telling browser, hey, add this thing into the stack and let's use it for the navigation purpose. Okay, so this is simple as that. Now let's see what happens. So when I click on this uh, you know this page 2, let's see what happens. So when I click on page 2, here it says length 2, right? And the content has changed, and also notice this URL has changed. Why? It's because we are programmatically doing that. Okay, now if I go on page 3, notice what happens. The length has changed. Okay, because from the 2 it has changed to 3. That means this particular URL is kind of like pushed to the stack, and here this URL was getting pushed. Now notice what happens when I go back. So when I go back, okay, when I go back, the URL changes. Okay, that means our stack is kind of working, but notice this page content is not changing. So why is not changing? It's because we are not programmatically changing it. Okay, so browsers are not responsible for changing the content. They are only responsible for changing the navigation. So that means once you have added this path to the stack, browsers are only going to change that thing. So they're not going to care about your this whole content here. Okay, but there is a way to change that thing programmatically. In order to change that thing, what you can do, you can listen for the events here. So whenever users click back and forward on these buttons, you can listen for pop state events. So whenever the user clicks on these things, a pop state event is fired, and you can listen for that, and based on that you can kind of like update things here. Okay, so here what you can do, on the window, when I open this thing, okay, so when I do this, okay, when I do this, right now it shows error. I'll explain you about the error part, but just try to understand this whole thing. Okay, so what happens, this window.animation, we listen for pop state event. Okay, and this pop state event gives you event.state, and what you can do, you can use this state dot whatever object name that you have specified here, and you can check if that state is equal to that object. Okay, and when that state is equal to that object, that means here we are saying if state dot page equal to 2, I want to show this thing, I am on page 2. And if the state dot page equal to 3, you are saying I am on page 3. Then that means we are simply kind of like telling browser, hey, whenever this particular thing changes, you also want to do this thing, render these things. Okay, otherwise in other cases what we want to, we are simply going to show this part. So it's kind of like we are giving user a feeling that user is navigating through pages without loading the page. Okay, so this is what we are doing. So let me let's close this thing and let me restart this thing, because I do not want the history to be kind of like manipulated at this point. Now notice right now we are on the home page, right? And when I click on page 2, this is going to increase the length to 2. If I click on page 3, it is going to increase the length to 3. Okay, but notice now, since we are listening for the pop state event, when user clicks on this, we are also kind of like checking if the state is page 3. Okay, if that is pages 3 or 2, then accordingly we are also changing the inner HTML of the div. Okay, so when I click back, we are also changing this particular content, right? And when I go back again, we are automatically like showing this thing. Okay, so this is how you can kind of like tell users like, hey, we are showing you content without actually loading the page. So most of the time what happens, by default a page loads whenever you are accessing some data from somewhere, like things like that. So in that case you can use this functionality to show user that, hey, you do not have to load the page. I'm simply just changing the URL, and you do not have to worry about loading and waiting for that thing. So this is something that you can use it for. And you know what, in React, this is the same functionality that you see. Obviously they have a different way of implementing things, but they also if you are in using any React application, it feels like this URL keeps on changing automatically without any reload or anything as such. So So this is one way of achieving such functionalities. Like, you can create something like React on your own, but obviously, it is not kind of efficient. So let me show you what the issue is. Now that things are working for us, okay, uh, we are actually, able to kind of navigate through the history, right? So as you can see, this is kind of like working. But the thing is, if let's say I'm base 3, and when I load it, you'll see the error. So this says cannot get phase 3. Why? Is because this thing is not coming from the server. This thing is we are defining programmatically. So your browser thinks that in order to load the resources, it will have to kind of request this location, right? Which does not exist, because this is something that we programmatically specified. So resources are not coming from there. So this is main issue with this thing. Okay, so do not use these things just to kind of like do that. There are ways to fix this thing, but I do not want to complicate things here. Okay, you can even specify this hash or do something like you can fix this thing. But still, the issue that I showed you here is happening because the request, this browser is trying to request on this location, and it simply does not work. And here you notice when I load this thing, it's kind of like the resource is getting loaded from that location. Okay, so the live server has fulfilled the request. Now the thing is, this is all you need to keep in mind. And now there is this method called replace state. The replace state is kind of it's nothing but when you say replace state, the current topmost value in the stack is kind of like it is replaced. Okay, so instead of adding something, we are simply replacing the name of it. So this is what replace state is all about. Okay, and this is all you need to know about history API. If you are planning to develop a single page application, in that case, you can actually, use React. And I think that is the best option out there. Apart from that, this push state and history API is something that you may not be needing unless you are actually specifically building something. Okay. And let me tell you, there are tons of APIs, and whatever API that you are looking for, like whatever functionality that you are looking for, you need to actually uh, look into the embedded documentation and see what all functionalities I need. Okay, I'm just covering this topic so that you can have an understanding of where to look for these things. Okay, so I hope this was clear, and this is just theoretical. Okay, now let's try to understand the URL API. Okay, so URL API is kind of like, you can say, it gives you some methods that you can use to do some manipulation with some URL. Okay, so you have a constructor called URL, and using this constructor you can pass a URL string, a valid URL string, and then you will get uh, you know an object on which you can do some manipulation. Okay, so here right now what I'm doing, I'm passing this URL. So do not worry about this particular URL. Okay, you can create an URL object from this URL as well, but right now I'm passing a different URL so that I can show you some other concepts as well related to the query strings. Okay, so this part. Now, once I have this URL using this constructor, what I can do, I can simply console log this thing, and when you console log, you will see these particular details. So here it is something similar to what we saw in the location API, right? So here you have hash, host name, href, origin, password, path name, port, protocol, search params. Okay, so these are the details that you get. So it kind of like, you can say, new this URL constructor. This gives you a structured format of this, whatever URL that you have passed here, and it gives us all the details related to that particular URL. Okay, and on that you can do some manipulation. So you can pass this URL as well, and it will give you details regarding this particular URL. Okay, so it accepts some valid URL string, and that's something you have to keep in mind. Okay, now here the most important thing that you need to keep in mind here is href and this search and search params. Okay, so um, this search is nothing but it gives you the query part, whatever the query you must have seen in various websites where like user when user searches for something, it's kind of like that part. So here you can say this question mark, after question mark, whatever the part is, this gives you that particular part. Okay, now this search params, this is another object. Okay, I'll talk about this object very soon. So it's kind of like this is another you can say constructor that gives you access to some methods that you can use to manipulate this particular part. So this part. Okay, so this is something that you have to keep in mind. Now let me show you some some things that are available on this URL. So here, if you want to just check the you know string part, then you can use this to string, then it will give you that. Okay, and here also you have the to JSON, which is something similar, and it also gives you the string. Okay, so that's not something you have to worry about. Now you have some static methods that are available on this URL. Static method means these are not available on the instances of that particular class. These are available on the class itself. So that means here, so let's do one thing. Let's you know let me uncomment this part and let me show you. So here, as you can see, I'm not using this instance that I created, this URL instance. In here, I'm simply using the class name. So this is a method that is available on class name. Okay, so this is a static method. Okay, so if you are familiar with OOP approach, then you will be able to understand this thing. Okay, so here you have something called can parse. So what can parse does, it helps you identify whether a particular URL can be parsed or not. So let's say if you are parsing a URL from some string, in that case what you can do, you can pass that string and check if that URL can be passed or not. Okay, so this is a nice way of doing that. So before creating this constructor, you can check whether that URL can be passed or not. Okay, so again here this will return true. Okay, so here what you're doing here, this can parse method also accepts two arguments. So it accepts the this any path that you specify here, which is not the original entire URL, but in the second part you will specify the base, whatever the base URL that you have, and it will then start to check whether that thing can be passed or not. So it's kind of like way of checking things. Okay, so this is how you can use can parse. And now here, if you are passing some random string here, which is not like the URL string, in that case it will give you false. So this is how you can kind of use this can parse. Okay, now there are two methods that we are going to use, and you will be using that in your development process. So there is a static method called create object URL, and then you have this revoke object URL. Okay, so right now this is going to give you error here. Okay, so that's why let me comment this out. So what these two methods do? So these two methods kind of like create and a temporary URL for your blob or file. So blob and file is something that I'll talk about after after a few sections. So just try to understand that there is a static method called create object URL, and then there is a static method called revoke object URL. So this thing, they accept blob or file as an argument, and they will give you a temporary URL. So for example, let's say if you are building um, uh, you know a button, and if the user clicks on that button, then the user will be able to download a file or something. So in that case, what you can do, you can pass a file name, whatever file that you have, and then you can create a temporary URL, and when the user clicks on that button, that file will be downloaded. Okay, and once the download has been done, once everything has been finished, after that what you can do, you can simply revoke that URL from the memory. So it's kind of like a temporary way of creating the URL and then revoking it. Okay, so it's kind of like you're creating a temporary URL in the memory, and then you are erasing that from the memory. So it's these two methods are something that you will be using. So please remember these two methods. Okay, and I'll come back to these two. Or maybe like it's not really difficult to understand, but just try to understand that it accepts file or blob or object. Okay, so I'll talk about these two later on. Now from the window location that we had earlier, so from there also we can create this URL object. So here we are doing that, and if you console log just window.location, here we had some other details, right? These are like the other things apart from this hash host source name. So notice like this is URL object is all about the URL, but in this window.location we had other things like reload, replace, etc. Okay, so there is slight difference, but just try to remember that we can also use this specific URL that we have here, and from that URL we can create our thing. Okay, so this is all you need to know. Now, apart from this, there is an API called search params API. Okay, so URL search param API. So I'll talk about that. Now, what this URL search from param API? Let me first comment this thing. So here I mentioned that you have this search params, right? So this is search param, this particular object. It's all about this part. So this particular part. Okay, so whatever this after question or whatever that party, it's all about dealing with that specific part. Okay, so let's come to this part, URL search param API. And also, if you want to write these things down, you can do that, or you can simply look into MDN documentation. There is nothing here to write. Okay, but still, if you want to write, pause the video and write these things down. Okay, these are just theory part. That's why I'm just explaining them and not writing them. Okay, because I don't think these are as important as other topics that I have to cover. Okay, now URL search param API is kind of about dealing with this particular part. Now, how this thing works. So, if let's say, whenever you console log this part, this gives you size 1. Okay, so why this is giving me size 1? It's because this part, this thing that you see here, this is what it is saying. So let's console log this. Now, on this search params, you have a method called get, and what this get does, it gives you the first value from whatever this search values are. So whatever this query part is, from here it will give you the first value. So you have to specify the key. This is called a key and this is called the value. Okay, now you have to specify from whatever key that you have, and here right now I have this size key, right? So I can specify the size in the get method, and this is going to give me the first value that matches that particular thing. Okay, so this size will be m. Okay, so this is going to give me that thing. Okay, now if you want to, let's say, get all the values related to that. So if you get all the things, so if let's say here we had size equal to m and size equal to small or size equal to large, so in that case you would be getting all the things. Okay, so this is how kind of like you must have seen in various websites URLs are there. So get all will give you all the instances and it gives you an array. So it's kind of like you can do whatever thing that you want after you get the array. Now you also have this has method. So has method checks for whether that key exists in the query part or not. So you have to just specify the key and this will give you that. You can also specify multiple arguments. Okay, so that's something you should keep in mind. Okay, and you can also check if the color exists or not. So it returns true and false, and since color is not there, we are getting false here. Okay, so yeah, so these these three methods, get all, has. Okay, remember this. And then you also have set method. So what this set method is, so you have this in set method you can pass the key and value. So here I am passing size and here I am passing large. Okay, so when you say this and when you console log this URL, so let's see what happens. So right now remember this URL is nothing but this original URL we constructed. Okay, so when you console log this, you get this size equal to large. Okay, and notice our previous value, that this previous value that we had, size equal to m, is gone, right? So why this is gone? It's because this set method kind of, you can say, it replaces the existing key and then it's kind of like creates adds new. So it does not kind of, you can say, like you can say appends. So there is a method called append for that. So it will not append it, it will only uh, replace that existing, and everything kind of like it will just set that thing. So this is something you have to be careful with. Okay, so otherwise you lose all the things. So now in this append, if you append it, what this is going to do, let's console log this. So if you come append it, notice here our existing URL which was size equal to m, and here we have size equal to medium, right? So it's going to append it, okay, after that. So this is the difference between size and that thing. Okay, Now you also have this delete. So in delete you also have to specify a key, and this is going to delete that this all the instances of that particular this. So if let's say if you are doing delete, this is going to delete size and all the instances of size, not the first one, all the instances of that thing. So this is also another nice method. And apart from that, you also have this for each. Okay, so for each is like you get this for each method because you will be able to go through each of these things, and you can kind of like do something whatever you want to do. Okay, so this is a nice method that is available in case you want to do something on the query part, whatever this search part is there. Okay, and then you also have for of. Okay, so you can use this for of on this URL search params. You get an iterator called iterator entries. Okay, so if you console log this thing, you'll get iterator. Okay, and this allows you to go through the key and value pair, and then you can do something. Okay, so you can also use this thing. And then you can also like use this search params dot keys, and this also gives you an iterator, and then you can kind of like go through each of the key and the value for the same for the value. It also gives you an iterator. Then you can use for of loop, and you can like do something. Now I'm not going to show these things because I don't think these are something to show at this moment, because I think you are comfortable with these things as of now. So yeah, that's why I'm skipping these things. But if you need them, just keep in mind that you can iterate over the key and value. You can iterate over that in this entire entry. So this is also important. So in case that you need these things, and most of the time, like I think by the time you'll have such you can say understanding of such a requirement, so in that case I think you'd be working on some frameworks like React or Next.js. So also I don't think like for now as a beginner you'll be using these things because you know it's totally about the project related, in what project you are going to do that. So it's specific to that requirement. Okay, I just want you to be familiar with these things, that these things are there. Okay, now you know you can kind of like create your own this search params. So whatever this and this query part is, so you can do that, but this is not going to add it to this URL. It is just kind of like you can say you are creating something from like string. So let's first let's say here I've created this params, and here what you're doing, you're simply using this URL search params constructor, and this accepts a string, or you can even create this without any value. So you do not have to pass anything. So you can simply pass this size equal to this m and color blue. Okay, and when you console log this, you will not see the complete URL, you will only see this particular value. Okay, so right now this gives me this particular object, but if you want to like get the string value, then you have to do this. Okay, so this is going to give you that string value of that particular part. Okay, so this gives you the object, but right now it will give you that string value. Now then once you have this thing, so it's kind of like now you're working with this particular string. Okay, and on this you can use this get size, whatever key value that you pass, get color, whatever color value you pass, and you can also sort it. So when you sort this thing, so what this does, it gives it's kind of like rearranges things based on this alphabets. So it's kind of like it uses Unicode for the key, and based on that Unicode arrangement, it sorts things. Okay, so if this is something that you need, then you can use it. Now you can also specify pass an object. So here you can pass size, color. So object, remember, like for the value part you need to pass a string, not like some array or some other things. So you have to specify a string here. Okay, so you can create your param in this way as well. So you can pass this, and you will get this thing. Okay, so this is again something that you have to keep in mind. Now you can also pass this key value pair in this manner. So you can also pass this key value pair in this manner. Okay, so you can pass one array, and then within that array you can kind of like nest this key value pair, and this is going to return the same thing. Okay, Now, if let's say you have a URL, and in that URL you want to add that, you can simply concatenate the thing, and you'll get this, this thing. Okay, so this is going to add that thing, the main URL, whatever URL that you have. Okay, so this is something you can use. And also just note that, in this constructor, you do not have to pass the URL. You simply, it's kind of like, you can consider that you are working with the whatever that part after question mark is. So you are working with that part. Okay, so this is a standalone thing. Okay, but on this URL also you get that object, access to that is object. So if you have to work with URL, use this thing, and then on this URL you get access to this search params, and then you can use all the methods that you have to use. Okay, so this is something I think is not confusing, but you have to remember that you do not have to pass URL there. You need to pass that whatever string pair that you have. Okay, so yeah. Now okay, so this is something that I explained. Now, you need to keep one thing in mind, that whenever you are using this thing, let's say I have this param, okay, and in this param, right now I have passed this symbol, right? So this symbol is kind of like, here, notice here it has been converted to this particular percentage 26, and the spaces here within this particular spaces are now plus symbols. So this URL search params, whenever you pass this string in this way, it's kind of like iterates spaces as plus symbols, and this symbol has this and symbol as this thing. Okay, so just try to keep these small things in mind, that how this URL search params parses these things. Okay, now let me show you another example. So let's say if I have this you know so here I have passed plus here, right? So as you can see here, the plus symbol is gone. Okay, why? It's because this search param, as I explained earlier, it treats plus symbol as a space. So right now it is nothing, but it's kind of like, notice here, it's kind of like this space is there, right? So it treats this plus symbol as a space. So that's why you do not see the plus symbol here. So if you want to see the plus symbol, in that case, what you can do, you can pass this percentage to b. Okay, and this is going to give you that plus symbol here. Okay, so this is going to give you that plus symbol. So I think this is just just for the sake of like clarity, I just wanted to show you that there are some things that you have to be really careful with, because in most of the URLs that you see here, you must have noticed things like plus 26, plus percentage, sorry, percentage 20, and some other values. So just try to search on the internet what those values are, and that will kind of like give you that thing. Okay, so you if you have percentage 26, then you get this and. Okay, and sometimes you'll also see some other value there, percentage something else. So it's kind of like how your browser is interpreting and parsing those URLs. So it's also specific to the browser. Okay, so these are something that you have to search for in case you get confused here. And I don't think like these are some concepts that we'll be using right away, and whenever you are like learning the web development part, but still you have to keep these things in mind, that these things exist. So this thing is called percentage encoding. You can search for on the internet how this works, and you'll see whatever the things are. Okay, so percentage encoding in search params, or percentage encoding in URLs. So this is something that you can search for. So yeah, this is all you need to understand about this URLs. Now let's move on and talk about the async and await part. Okay, after that we'll talk about the blob and file object, stream API, etc. So those are some important concepts that you have to keep in mind in order to understand the fetch API and other concepts that we'll be talking about later on. Okay, so yeah. Now let's try to understand what promises are, because this is another important concept that you will be using in your web development career. So you can say promises are a special kind of objects. Okay, and what we do, it's kind of like, you can say you can create your own promise and you can work with it. But let me give you an idea of what exactly this thing is. So in real life, let's say you are making a promise to somebody to do something. Okay, now let's consider an example. Let's say you are selling your product to one user, and that user has made the payment to you. Now the promise here is that I will deliver my orders. Sorry, I will deliver your order, and the moment you have paid the amount, the promise that is there is I'll have to deliver the order to you. Okay, so this is kind of like a real world example of how promises work. So even in JavaScript, promises work in the same way as in real life, but I'm just giving you an analogy to just get an idea of how this object works. Okay, so this promise object works in the similar way. So let's say the user purchased the product from you. You made a promise to deliver the order to the user. Now the moment user made the payment to you, you have created a promise, and this promise is initially in the pending state. That means the promise is pending until you have delivered the order or updated the user about the delivery or something like that. So initially your promise to deliver the order is in pending state. Okay, now the moment you deliver the order, it is fulfilled, right? So you have fulfilled your promise to deliver the order. Now let's say for some reason you have to reject the order. Let's say your stock is not there, or something went wrong with your operation. So also for some reason you have to refund the amount, and reject the promise. So what you can do, you can say you have rejected the promise. Okay, so these are the three states of any promise. So even in JavaScript, the promise object can have these three states. Okay, now this is something that you can kind of like remember just to analyze how promises kind of work. So just for sake of an example, I just gave you this idea. Now the moment you have the promise in pending state, yeah, it is there. Okay, and the fulfilled and rejected state is something called settled. Settled means you have kind of like finished the obligation, you can say. So settled is kind of like it simply means the promise got fulfilled or it got rejected. That means after that action you are no longer obliged to do anything. Okay, so that means it's no longer kind of like your responsibility, right? So the moment you have rejected the order, refunded the amount and everything, so in that case, like it's kind of, you can say, the promise has been settled. Okay, so settled is not about fulfillment. So settled is all about the state, whether it got rejected or it got fulfilled. Okay, so these two things simply means settled. Okay, so this is kind of a terminology that is used in many places. That's why I just wanted to tell you that settled does not means fulfill. Settled simply means it is not in pending state. Okay, so this is how you can remember it. Now let's try to create a promise and see how that thing works, because this particular object works in the same way as you explained this example. So let me create a promise. Okay, so let's call it my promise. Okay, let's say you are making a promise to somebody, and you can create a promise using this promise object, promise constructor, sorry. And this particular constructor takes a function. Okay, and this function is called executable function. Okay, so you can kind of like consider that this function is like it is executed immediately. So the moment you write this particular thing, and the moment browser comes to this thing, it is automatically executed. For example, uh you know this console.log, if I console.log something, let's say hi, automatically you'll see the output here. Okay, that means this particular function is getting executed immediately. Okay, so this is something you have to keep in mind. Now this uh, executor function, not executable function, this is called executor function. Okay, so this executor function actually takes two arguments. Okay, so this takes resolve and reject. Okay, so these are like two arguments, and these two arguments are resolve and reject are functions. Okay, so these are not some variables. So these are kind of you can say resolve and reject are functions. Okay, so these are functions, and this inside this function, what you can do, you can do some logic, even like do some calculation, and then you can resolve or reject the promise. Now what and resolve and reject promises, this resolve and reject do. So let me show you. So the moment I console log this thing, my promise, the moment I console log this, you will see this in the pending state. So as I explained that initially your promise is in pending state. Okay, so similarly here in JavaScript, the initial state of your promise is in pending state. Okay, Now, the moment you resolve it, resolve means you are fulfilling the promise, and reject means you are rejecting the promise. So this resolve function is responsible for fulfilling the promise. This reject is responsible for rejecting the promise. Okay. Now, in the executor function, what you can do, you can write some code and do your logic, and you can then what you can do, you can simply say resolve, and here you can say your order has been delivered. Okay. Now, the moment you write this resolve, as you can see, this promise state is fulfilled, and you see the promise result as this. Okay. Now, this executor function is immediately executed. That's why you are seeing this state immediately. It is immediately changing. Okay. So this is kind of like a special thing about this executor function, that it is immediately changing the state of the promise. Because here, as you can see, it is saying fulfilled. Now, if you have to, let's say, reject it, the moment you reject this particular, let's say, uh, you know, let's reject this thing. So you have to use the reject function, and here you have to simply write, we can't deliver your orders for some reason, but we will refund your money. Okay, so this is kind of like how you can reject that promise. Now notice here the promise state has been changed to rejected. Okay, and here this is the result of that. So whatever the value this reject method, this reject function is returning, that is kind of like considered as the promise result. Okay, and then notice this error that you are getting here. You are getting this error because you have to handle this error somewhere. If you are not handling the error somewhere, it is going to give you this particular output. Okay, so let's handle that thing, and let's see how we can work with the resolve and reject. Now let's say I have this resolve, and let's say I'm resolving the promise, and I'm just passing a value 42. You can pass any value, anything based on your calculation. Now I'm passing this value 42. Okay, just to show you. Now the notice the promise has been fulfilled with the result of 42. Now let's try to access our promise, and let's try to do something. Okay. Now once we have the promise, what we can do, we can kind of like do some operation on this. Okay. Now once I have my promise, I can do the operation on this by using then method. Now what is the then method? Then method is kind of, you can say, the next step. The moment your promise is kind of, you can say, fulfilled or rejected, whatever, you can do some operation on that. Okay. So then is kind of like a special method, and this then accepts two functions. Okay. Again, it takes two functions, and that function can be kind of anything, but mainly in practice we use the first argument. So uh, here you can pass another function as the second argument, but in real life we do not use the second argument. Why? It's because it makes things little bit messy. I'll tell you why. Now the first argument, here in the first argument, what we do, we deal with the resolve part, and in the second argument we deal with the reject part. Okay, so what happens, this my promise that we have, it is going to give me some value, and that value is nothing but the uh, value, whatever this resolve result is, or the reject value, whatever reject result is. Okay, so the first argument deals with the resolve part. So the first argument, it deals with the value. Okay, whatever value is returned after the promise is resolved. So here what we do, we simply pass the value, and here you will see 42. Now let's say if you are getting some error, so if let's say some error happened, or for some reason you have to kind of like reject that thing, so let's also reject the promise. Now the moment I reject this thing, now let me tell you one thing, that you cannot reject and resolve the promise at the same time. So they can exist in any one state at the same time. And now notice, like, the moment I handle this, the moment I pass this reject, the second argument is handling the error. Okay, now the first argument is kind of like not doing anything. This resolve is not there because your promise can exist in any one state at a point. Okay, that means it cannot be fulfilled and rejected at the same time, right? It makes sense, because in real life also you cannot be like, promise cannot exist in some multiple states. So it can exist in any one state. That means you can either use reject or you can use resolve. So if let's say you want to use both of the functions, you can use if else based depending on the condition. So that will be executed accordingly. But like line by line, you cannot write reject and resolve at the same time. So in the then method, then is kind of like the next step. We want to do something with the promise, and the first argument deals with the resolve part, second argument deals with the error. Okay, so this is something you can remember. Now what happens in practice, we do not write the second argument. You'll mainly see the first argument being used. Okay, now why is that? It's because this then part can also return some value, or it can also return a promise. Okay, so and if the first argument returns something, that is automatically considered as a resolved promise. Okay, so let's erase this second part, and you'll see some error here. Okay, now let's try to do one thing. Let's first close this part, comment that part. Okay, and now the moment I have this value here, what I'm going to do here, in the then I'm going to return something. So let's return um, value into 2. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm returning value into 2. So the moment you return a value into 2 from this first argument, what happens, it's kind of like automatically treated as a new promise, you can say, and it is kind of, you can say, is treated as resolved. Okay, so if you're passing some value here, now if you're throwing some error, that will be rejected as that will be kind of like treated as rejected promise. Okay, so if you're using the throw new error, in that case you'll be rejecting that thing, okay, automatically. Now let's say, and this return is returning the value. Now let's say you want to do something, then you can use another then, because this previous then returns a promise, so you can use another then and do something with that promise. Okay, so again, let's say I want to take the value, and I want to do something on this. So you can simply console log this theme, or you want to do something else, you can do that. Now notice here, you will see 84. Why? It's because the previous then was returning 84 as the promise, and the next then is kind of like taking that promise and doing something on that. So this is the entire logic. You can use then after then. But now let's say if I do not return anything, so if you do not return anything, you will see undefined here. Okay, so this is how things work. So if there is no return, you cannot use again next 10, because then you will see undefined. Now this is how like we deal with this. Now let me tell you why we do not use the second argument of then all the time. You will not see that. It's because if you use second argument of a then your code will become a little bit difficult to read, and it won't be clean. Okay, so to deal with the errors, let's say you rejected the first promise. So to deal with that, what we do, we use a catch block. Okay, and this catch block is responsible for dealing with all the errors that is there. Okay, so it's kind of like it handles all the error in the pipeline. So it will deal with all the errors. So if let's say I reject the promise here, so if I reject it, this catch block is automatically going to do something about that thing, and it is going to console out this thing, or if you want to show that on the screen, you can do that as well. So this catch block is, you can say, is responsible for dealing with the errors. Okay, now let's say, okay, and one more thing that I want to show you is that there is another block called finally. So finally is kind of like, you can say, uh is another, you know, it's another thing. And here what you can do, you can do something even if your promise got resolved or rejected. So then is responsible for dealing with the resolve. Okay, the first argument, which is something that we use all the time. So then is something we deal with the resolve value. Cache is something we do with the rejected, and finally is kind of something you can say is, it is it is executed no matter what happens with your promise. Okay, so this is executed in that case. Okay, so these are like three things that you have to remember, and these are like how these are the steps that you have to follow in case you want to do something, but you won't be using finally. But I just want to show you that this is something that you can use. But most of the time, remember that catch is used for handling the rejected, or some, if you are throwing some error, in that case your promise will automatically get rejected. Now why the promises are important, why do we use these promises? Okay, so promises are used because, you know, in uh, practice, browsers have this asynchronous JavaScript, right? And some steps can take some time. Now what happens the moment you have some, let's say you're fetching data from external API, then browsers kind of like wait for them for the data request to be fulfilled, and then what happens? Browsers will return you a promise object, okay, and then you can do something with that. So this is the use case of promises. So promises are like it's a way of dealing with the result of this some external operation or some things that is going on. So it's not like you cannot implement promises in your code. You can create your own object, so that's not an issue. But most of the time you'll be kind of like some external object, some things will be like giving you the promise object, and then you'll be using the then method or catch method. Okay, so this is how you can work with the promises. Now there is a modern way, okay, and that in modern approach what we do, we do not write this then, okay. So what happens is, like in modern approach, we kind of like have a different styling for doing the same thing. So then it's also there, it's not like it's some outdated approach, okay. So it's not something they, modern does not mean like modern, but in like modern codes you won't be seeing then most often. So you'll see async. So let's call this function my func, okay. And in this async function, so whenever you write async in front of that function, it's kind of like you are dealing with some promise, okay. So you are dealing with some kind of asynchronous task. So you can imagine it that way. So the moment you write async in front of a function, so it becomes a promise in itself, okay. So let me tell you what I mean. So inside this particular function, what we do, we deal with the promises, okay, and it makes our code little bit more you can say clean, and it makes things like we do not have to use these things. So inside this async function, what we can do, we can use this try catch block, and in the try part we can deal with the uh, resolve resolve part, and in the catch part we can catch some error, okay. So this is here what we were doing, we were using the first argument of then to deal with the resolve part, but and the catch to catch the error. In the similar way here in the try part we deal with the resolve part, and in the catch part we deal with the error, okay, and that is inside one async function, okay. Now how we do that? So here what we do, we use this let's say I have a promise. What we do, we use this await keyword, and this await keyword is kind of like it waits until that promise gets resolved, okay. Now it waits until that promise returns some some updated, you can say, state of that promise. So it can return rejected, and if it is rejected, automatically the catch block will handle that. And if it is kind of like resolved, this try block, whatever logic you have written in the try, that is going to work for that thing, okay. So this value here, this particular value here, it is doing the same thing as the first argument of this particular then method, right? So this is what we're doing. We are waiting for the promise to get resolved. Let's say if you are fetching data from external API, we are waiting for the data to be kind of like fetched, and then what we're doing, yeah, we are using that value, and then we can do further processing here. And if let's say the promise, if the data fetched got rejected, then browsers will give us the rejected state, and the catch block will handle that thing, okay. And here also you can use finally, but I hope that is clear to you now. Here also you have the finally, but I'm just going to keep things simple for you, so that you do not get confused. Now try catch is there, and this is what we do. It is going to wait for approach. Now let's say if you have another promise, what you can do, you can also, let's say let's say you have some other promise. Let's say, let's call this value 2. So if you have some other promise, you can do that here as well, okay. Now let's say if this particular thing is dependent on this particular first value, then what happens, browsers kind of execute these things one after another. That means this second part will be executed only after the first promise is kind of like some state has been updated, okay. So most of the time some next step if your code is kind of dependent on the previous promise, so browsers execute them one after another, okay. So it's not like these two things will be executed in in parallel. It's not that way. Okay, so these things are executed one after another. But if you want, let's say, 3 or 4 promises to resolve at the same time in parallel, what you can do, you can use a method called all. I'll tell you how to use that, but right now, just I'm just trying to keep things simple. That if you have multiple promises, you can write them line by line using the await keyword, and just make sure that you have this async. And in the try part, we deal with the resolve part, resolve value, and in the catch part, we deal with the catch. Okay, so this is how things work. Now, let me show you console.log value. Okay, and here console.log error. Okay, and now let's also call our function so that we can see the output there. Now, here we see the output 42. And if let's say we reject the promise here, if we reject the promise, the catch block will automatically handle that thing for you, and this is going to show you here. Okay, now here if you are throwing some error, then automatically catch block will handle that for you. So this is how it works. Okay, and if you have some other promise, you can write after the next line, and it is going to do that for you. Now, most of the time you will be using this approach in writing, because it looks a little bit similar to the synchronous codes that we write. Okay, so one after another, the codes that we write functions, it makes things a little bit more like, friendly to the people who are reading the code. That is why. Otherwise, if you want to prefer this then approach, then also you can go ahead with that one. But you should practice writing code in this way or then way. I do not really care what approach you're going to follow, but I hope this is clear to you. And once we are done with this thing, we can move ahead and talk about some functions that are some methods that are available. And using those methods, we can deal with multiple promises. Okay, so this is all you need to know about the promise object. So let's go ahead and talk about those things. Okay. Now let me explain a few things that I did not cover. So this async function that you see here, it also returns a promise and you can do something with that. Okay, but most of the time you will be writing your logic inside this thing. But this async function also returns a promise. You can return something from it and it will be kind of like it will resolve as a promise, and you can then again write another async function or use then and do something with that. Okay, but most of the time you'll be writing the logic inside this. Now another thing that you have to know is that promises are given higher priority in the queue. So in your this microtask queue, these promises are they're kept, and in this callback queue, which is kind of like another queue that you have, so they're kind of like dealing with some other asynchronous tasks. So these promises are kept inside the microtask queue, and they're given higher priority over the things like set timeout, etc., because those things are kept inside the callback queue, and microtask queue is a special kind of queue, and it is given special treatment. It is given priority by the event loop. So if somebody asks you which one is given higher priority, then you can simply say promises are given higher priority as compared to set timeouts. Okay, so this is just for the sake of interview part, but you can read about it. I just wanted to mention that so that in case somebody asks you that, you can do something with that. Now let me show you how to use all methods. So let's say you are dealing with 3 promises at the same time. Like you want to deal with 3 promises. So let's say you are fetching from 3 multiple locations. You want the promises to resolve in parallel. Okay, so in that case, there is a method called all, and this all method is not on the instance of the class of the promise. It is on the class itself. Okay, so it's again another static method. So I hope you're familiar with the static methods of classes. So let me show you. So let's say I have this promise one, and this is my promise class. In this, I also have a few like a starting measure. So let's resolve this promise with 42. Okay, so this is kind of like you can say a shortcut of writing. So there is a resolve method that is available on the promise class itself, not on the instance. Okay. Now let me create 2 more promises, and I'm going to write, let's call this go to 2, go to 2, 2. Okay, so I'm just keeping it simple. So I have three promises which are resolved. Now I want to deal with these three promises at the same time. So how I can do that? So there is a method on the class itself, and this is called all. Okay, and this accepts array of promises. So here you can pass promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. Okay, so these three things that you can pass, and after that what you can use you can use then, or if you want to go with that approach, you can go ahead. But I just want to keep things a little bit less confusing here, so I'm going to use this thing. And when you use all, what this does, it's kind of like it returns a promise, and that promise is in array form. Okay, so this all method returns a promise. So this promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3 are kind of, you can say, they're resolved in parallel. So most of the time you won't be writing it separately. Here you'll be using some these promises inside the array, and then that will resolve in parallel, and automatically you'll in return you get a promise, and that promise exists in this array format. So the resolved value of the promise exists in this particular array format, and here as you can see we have the three values: 42, 422, 422, and you have this length. Okay, so you can do something with that thing, and you can, like, do further processing on that value. Now let's say if any of these things get rejected. So this all method is kind of useful if you have to deal with multiple promises at the same time. But if any of them gets like rejected, in that case what happens is this method is not very useful. Okay, so you use this if you think that all the promises will resolve in some, without any error. In that case you can do that. Otherwise, if any one of them gets rejected for some reason, you'll let's reject this thing. Okay, let's reject this one. So the moment if any one of them gets rejected, you will see the error will be that thing, the value that is there. Okay, so you get this thing. So let's say this is error. Okay, sorry, you see this error here. Okay, so that means this is not going to work if any of the promise that you are passing inside the array gets rejected. Okay, so whatever promise that you have, and if it gets rejected, this particular thing is not going to work, and catch block will handle the rejection. Okay, so use the all if you think that your promise will be like resolved, and you want to deal with them in parallel. Otherwise, like, you have to use your logic. Okay, now apart from this thing, you have a few more methods that I'm going to show you. So let's first copy this thing and comment them, and let's try to understand a few more methods. So you have promise dot any promise dot let me show you these things. So you have race, you have all settled, and yeah, you have any. Okay, so let me show you this all settled part. So all settled also takes array. So let's first copy this thing. I think it is same as the previous one. So let's try to you know comment this thing out, and let's use this all settled. Okay, now the moment you do this all settled, what this all settled is going to do, this is going to give you the details about each of the promises. So it's not going to kind of like reject anything. It's going to give you the values and rejection states of each of the thing, and it is going to give you that thing. So in case when the promise got fulfilled, it is going to return this object here, and here you see this status of fulfilled for the second promise, and here you see the status of the third promise. Okay, so here you have this status rejected, and you have reached an error. Okay, so this is what this all settled does. So in case you have to deal with these three promises, and you want to deal with them separately, each of them with their own status, in that case you can you can use this approach. Okay, you can use this method. Now apart from this all settled, and I'm just trying to separate the concern. Apart from this, you have a method called any, and that method is kind of like it resolves if any of the thing, kind of, you can say. So let me show you how this works. So this thing is kind of like, this thing is giving me the first value, right? It is giving me the first value. So it does not care about all the promises. It only cares about any one of the promise to get resolved. And then the moment if any of the promise in the array gets resolved, it is going to give me that thing. So if, let's say, if I reject this part, okay, if I reject this first one, then it is going to go for the next promise which gets resolved. Okay, so it's kind of like, if any of the promise, if the first one is resolved, it is going to stop the execution and give you the value. And if, let's say, if it is error, it is going to look for that thing and next one. And if that is also some rejection, then it is going to check for the next one. If that is also rejection, it is going to check for the next one. Okay, so let's say what happens if any of them, if all of them get rejected. So the moment you reject all of them, you get a special error, and this error is called aggregate error, or promises were rejected. Okay, so this is how this any method works. So it's kind of like it checks for any of the promise that is resolved in that array or not. And if any of the promises are resolved, it is going to give you the value of that promise. Otherwise, you will see a special method which is called aggregate error, and this is going to give you this particular thing. So this is how it works. Okay, now that we have these three methods, let's also look at the race method. What this method does. Okay, so let me copy this thing. I'm just creating separates so that in case you decide to get the things, you'll have everything written down. Okay, now let's use this race. And notice they all accept the array of the promises. Okay, so what this race is all about. Now, the moment you write race, this is going to like, it's like these three promises are racing with each other, and whichever gets rejected or fulfilled, it is going to give you that particular thing. So it's kind of like, here you are dealing with any one promise, but you are only dealing with the winner. Okay, so this is how you can remember the race method. So it's kind of like race is all about racing these three things. Whoever comes first, whether fulfilled or rejected, we are going to take that promise, and then we are going to do something. So the race is useful if in case you have such situation where you are going to work with any promise that comes first. Okay, so whoever comes first, yes, I'm going to deal with that thing. So race is all about racing. Okay, a race means you deal with the winners. Okay, so this is how you can remember that thing. And winner means like winner promise. Okay, and if the winner is rejected, that means you deal with the cache thing. If winner returns fulfilled, then you deal with the then, okay, first argument of the thing. So this is how this scheme works, and this is all you need to know about the promises, because there is nothing more about it. Most of the time you have to know that these methods exist. And it's kind of like, you won't be creating your own promise. You will be dealing with the external promise all the time. And yeah, that is all there is. And just try to keep this thing in mind, that people may ask you in the interview that which one is given higher priority, set timeout or this promises, and you have to explain why. So you can explain that promises are kept in microtask queue, and microtask queue is given higher priority over the callback queue where the set timeouts etc exist. Okay, so this is all you need to know about the promises. Now that we have this thing, let's move on and talk about the next topic. Now let's try to understand what Stream API is all about and how it works. Okay, so this is again an important concept that I believe many JavaScript courses do not teach, and they do not even cover this thing. Okay, but this is a really fundamental concept that I believe everyone should know. So let's say I have a data. I have a house. Okay, now you must be wondering that if you want to do something with this data, you will have to first download this data in one go. So let's say this is my entire data, and then you can do further processing on this data, right? But this is not how things work in real life. What browsers do, they have various ways to efficiently access huge amount of data. So if let's say the data is really huge, in that case, what they can do, they can chunk this data in smaller, like chunks, and then they can give that to you, and you can then do some processing on that thing. So like this is more efficient as compared to downloading the entire data, right? So instead of, let's say I have this one data, instead of um, waiting for the data to get downloaded and then start do something with it, what I can do, I can simply send the data in chunks. So I can, like, divide this data in chunks. So let's say first I send this half, then I send this half, then I send this half, then I send this half, and then I send the rest of the uh, data. So if instead of sending the data as a whole, I can kind of like send the data as smaller chunks. And this way of sending data, this way of kind of, you can say, uh, mm, sending data in smaller chunks, dividing data in smaller chunks, and then sending it, this is called streaming. Okay, so this is kind of like, you can say, you are doing streaming. You are simply like sending data in chunks, and the end user, whoever the end user is, and the end user is kind of like reading the data one by one in one chunk at a time. So let me show you what I mean by this chunking. So instead of sending it, I have a house in one entire chunk. But first of all, you send I, then you send have, okay, and then maybe you want to send a, and then you want to send house, okay. So this is kind of like you are sending one word at a time to the end user. You can also like chunk data, like I have. So chunking does not mean like you have to send one single word at a time. Chunking simply means like you are breaking down the data into manageable part, and then you are sending that to the end user, and the end user is then doing something with it. Okay, so stream API simply helps you create that kind of data, and like it helps you create that kind of stream, and then you can read that stream. So that means you can create your stream. That means you can prepare a stream. So that means you can break down this particular big data into smaller chunks, and then that stream can be kind of like this stream can be read by something called reader, or the end user, whoever is doing that, accessing that stream, and the end user can simply access one data, then this data, then this data, then this data. Okay, so this is how stream API kind of like works. Oh, okay, it helps you prepare this entire thing. It helps you prepare the readable stream, it helps you prepare the writable stream, and then there is something called transformation, transform stream. Okay, so I'll tell you about these things as we continue to discuss things. So let's try to understand how we can create our own stream. Okay, so let me first go back to the VS Code, and let me create my first string. Okay, so here I have got, say, this stream. Okay, when I'm using this readable stream class, so this readable stream class is used to create your readable stream. So you are preparing a readable stream for the end user. Okay, now how this is going to work? So here it accepts an object, and in this object, you pass start function, and this takes something called controller, and then you have this start function. Now, whenever you create an instance of readable string, it will automatically initialize with a start. Okay, so start is kind of like it is automatically called, and then you have this controller tool. Okay, and here also you get this um, controller, and then you have this cancel, and cancel here you pass a region for the cancellation, and then this is going to do something with that thing. Okay, now let's try to work with these things, and let's then try to understand how it works. Now this controller is kind of responsible for how you want to chunk the data. So let's say first of all I want to send I. Okay, now in the pool part, what I want to do, I want to like and I have a house. So let's say I have a house. Okay, now once you're done with like sending, like chunking your data, what you can do, you can close the stream. Okay, so here you can kind of like signal that hey, the data processing has been done. Now close that down. Here what you can do, you can like console log this thing, or you can write String has been cancelled due to will can pass like the region. Okay. Now what you're getting? Sorry. So here you can pass the region and this is going to do that. Okay. Now this is how you create a basic string. So new readable like new string using this is going to give you an object called readable string, and from that object you can read these things, okay, in chunks, one at a time. So here you have this string. This is your readable string. So if you console log this string thing, you'll see. Let's see what we get. Okay, in a console log this thing, I get this readable string, and here it says log equal to false. Logged means right now we are not reading it. No, we are not reading this string. Okay. Now, in order to read that string, what I can do, I can create something called reader, and on this string, I can call this get reader, and this is going to give me a reader on that string. Okay, and then I can start reading that thing. So let me console log this thing. So here, as you can see, you get readable string default reader. Okay, so on the string you have this method called get reader, and this is going to give you something called this readable string default reader. And do not have to worry about these naming conventions. Just think of this as like this readable string is preparing a book for you, and this reader is kind of like reading one page at a time. Okay, so this reader is what this thing is doing. Okay, now on this reader, what you can do, you can kind of like do a few things. So if you look at some methods that are available on it, so the methods are like cancel, closed. So you have this cancel, close is the like property, and you have this read, release, lock. Okay, so these are things that are there on the reader. Okay, so let's try to read it. So let's try to read this reader dot read. Okay, and what this does, whenever you use this reader dot read, it returns a promise. Okay, so it will return a promise for you, and you can then use this then method. When the promise is resolved, you can use the then method, the same concept that we talked about in the promises section. You can use then method, and then you can do something with that. Now the this particular promise returns an object. Okay, and this object is in this comment value dot value done. Okay, now whenever you have this thing, okay, so let me first do one thing. Let me uh, write a function here. I want to name this function. Let's call this process jump. Okay, instead of passing that thing there, I'm going to write a function here, and I'm going to write this thing here, and then I'm going to pass this thing and write it here. Okay, now what you're doing, you're simply like extracting the logic here in this particular function. Now this promise returns the value and done. Okay, so in this object structured manner, and that's what we are doing here. Now let me write some logic, and then I'll explain things for you. Okay, so if done, what I want to do, I want to console log here. I want to say reader has finished reading. Okay, and then what I want to do, I want to simply return things. Okay, so make sure that you are returning here. Do not forget the return statement, otherwise like it can be a little bit problematic. Now what I want to do, I want to console log this value, and let's also console log the one. Okay, now the moment I do this, notice what happens here. I am getting I and false. What is this I? So this I is coming from this data that we have prepared here. Okay? So this enqueue that we did here, this I is coming from there. Now this done is nothing but this is kind of like telling us, hey, have you finished reading? If it is false, that means we have not finished reading. Okay, and the moment it will finish reading, it will automatically console log this part, and it will edge it from there. Okay, so let's try to read the next chunk. So let's try to read the next chunk. Here I can read the next chunk. The moment you have you do this, you will see this I have, and then again you see the false. Okay, now again the next chunk I have, and then again the next chunk you see this I have a half. And now let's do it once again, and here you see reader has finished reading. Okay, And if you try to do it once again, let's do work. Let's see what happens. Okay, so right now this is not console logging this thing, but if you like try to console log the value inside of this, you will see undefined. Okay. So this is how kind of like you can read the chunks. So you're reading it one chunk at a time. Okay. So if you had something like, uh, you know, let's say may I, this is kind of like one chunk that you're sending. So it's not like you have to send one word. You can send anything, one text or one paragraph at a time. But it's kind of like chunking is, you can say, a process of breaking down the data in smaller chunks. Okay. Now this is not how you read in real life. In real life, what you do, inside this particular function, you can use recursion, or you can even use while loop if you prefer, but I'm going to show you the recursion approach. So in the recursive approach, what we can do, you can simply call this reader to read, uh, and then I'm calling this process chunk once again inside this thing. Okay, so what this is going to do, this is going to keep on calling this process chunk and this reader dot read then until this done has reached. Okay, and automatically when the done has reached, this is going to exit from there. It is going to do this reader has finished reading. Okay, and now this is how you can read it. And do not forget to use this return statement. If you ignore the return statement, this your recursion will keep on going and you will break the entire thing. Your system will start kind of like using the entire resources. So please make sure not to use that. Now let me show you something. So instead of doing this, so let's say you want to access I have. Okay, I have okay, and after this, let's say you want to stop reading from the string. Now if you want to stop reading from the string, what you will do, you can use this reader dot cancel. Okay, and here you can provide a reason, and here you can provide a reason like, okay, I don't want to read anymore. Okay, the moment you do this, here you have this reader has finished reading, and here you will see stream has been cancelled due to I don't want to read. So this cancel thing is coming from the method that we applied here. Okay, so the method that we use, this cancel is coming from there. Okay, so this is how things work. So it's kind of like you creating a string I have a house, and then you are using this reader dot read, then reader dot read their process chunk, and then you decide to not read it. So you can cancel this as well. Okay, so I just wanted to show this thing to you, because this is kind of like something that you will see. Now just one thing to keep in mind is that this string part here, if you check the string once again after this reader has been created, you will see the lock is now true. So this lock is now true. Okay, so this is true. It's because you already have created a reader for it. So if you have a reader, you cannot read from the same string once again. So it's kind of like once the reader has been created, you can read from any one string at a time. Okay, so you can have only one reader at a time, not multiple readers. Okay, so just try to keep this thing. Okay, there are some ways to create multiple readers by releasing the lock, but I think for now you need to just stick to these fundamentals. That is all you need to know. Now let me show you what is going on behind the scene. What is this controller, start, pull, etc. Okay, so what this thing is, because it is confusing, right? So let's try to understand what this whole thing is. Now behind the scene, what happened? Like you you get a queue. Okay, so you can imagine this queue as this particular array. Okay, and in the queue you send data from one end and it goes out from another end. Okay, now let's say my queue has size of 3. Okay, now initially in the background, so the moment you create this new readable string, it automatically initializes this queue with whatever value you have enqueue in this start. Okay, so here we have this I, right? So it will automatically enqueue this with I. Okay, and this pull part, whatever this pull part is, this is kind of like used when the reader starts reading. So let's say if the reader starts reading from my stream, what happens in the background, the logic kind of like decides whether the queue has capacity or not. Okay, so there is something called high watermarks. Okay, so there is something called high watermarks. So what this does, so it decides the capacity of this queue. So how many chunks you want at a time in this particular queue. So let's say your current capacity is 3. So you were saying, let's say I want 3 chunks in my queue at a time. Okay, so when the reader starts reading from this thing, so initially it will get initialized with a start whatever you have enqueued in start. So let's say you have controller.enqueui, control.enqueue, or something else or something else. So what will happen? It will initialize with this I, but when the moment reader starts reading the it, so let's say from this particular thing, you start reading. So automatically, the moment you start reading, this queue will get empty. So that means you have read I, right? So the moment you read I, automatically it will become empty. Now this high watermark, it has this capacity theory, right? So what this is going to do, this is going to fill up this queue so that if the reader wants to read more. So let's say if the reader has not called cancel after reading I, and that means reader wants to read more. So let's say the reader calls reader.read again. So in that case, what this particular thing is doing, this is going to use this pull. Okay, and this is going to pull the next 3 data from this. So next 3 chunks. So this is going to call this have a house. Okay, now our queue is again full. Then now again reader will keep on reading. Okay, and the moment it will encounter this close, it will stop. It's kind of like signals that hey, there is nothing left, and it will set the done to true. Okay, so this is how things work behind the scenes. So this is all you need to know, that behind the scene you are using a queue, and in that queue you are filling up kind of like its capacity. So the pool is kind of called only after the reader has requested some data, and this start is kind of like initially initialized the queue. So it's kind of like you're starting the queue with these initial values which are pulled there. And let's say here mm, I want to kind of, you can say, controller dot enqueue. So let's say we're saying hey. Okay, so the moment you do these two things, these two values will be kind of like the initial values for the queue. And at the moment, sorry, hey will be here, and then you'll have the I. Okay, because this is going this way. So the moment you have this, the moment the reader starts reading from it, this high watermark and decides how many data to chunk again in this particular queue, how many data to make it available for the reader. And this will kind of like um, only add the data that is decided by the high watermark, and that is kind of like decides the capacity of your queue. And it will keep on going, keep on going, keep on going until you reach this controller close, and then your done will be kind of like set to true, and you will have finished reading your data. Okay, so this is how these things work. Now you can also pass this second object where you can decide how many uh, like chunks you want at a time in your queue. So there is something called high watermarks, and here you can pass 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's kind of like you were saying, hey, I want 3 chunks at a time in my queue. So just do not kind of like overwhelm the queue with more data. You just want to make 3 chunks at a time available to the reader. So when the reader has finished reading the 3 chunks, automatically this will call the pool, and pool will fill up the next type that is available. Okay, so this is how things work behind the scene. So it's kind of like this readable stream is a way of sending making the data available in chunks so that you can process the data uh, at a time. Okay, so this is all you need to understand about the readable stream. Now let's try to understand a concept similar to this, which is called the writable stream. Okay, now writable stream is something similar to the readable stream, and this is how it works. So all you have to do is kind of like write a variable. So let's call this writable. Okay, so in earlier case we had a stream, now we are saying this writable. Okay, now let's create this writable stream. Now it also takes this start and controller. Okay, Now, in the writable string, we don't do much in the start part. Okay, you can do something, but you do not do much here. Okay, so you can simply like console log this thing, and like you can say, hey, yeah, it has set up everything. So it's kind of like this start is called when the class is initialized, and this can be used for the setting of things. Okay, so here you can write here set up everything. Now, you have an important method here. You want the write. In the readable string, we are making the stream available for the reading part. Now, in the writable stream, what we do, we use this method called write. Okay, so sorry, this is something it should be. Okay. Now here, what we have this write, and here it takes chunk. Okay, the data chunk that you want to write, and it also takes the controller. Okay. Now, what you can do, you can kind of like do something with the chunk. So here this chunk is coming, and you can like write this chunk somewhere, one chunk at a time. So let's create an array. Okay, so let's call this chunks. Let's create an empty array, and we want to write this chunk in that particular array. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to kind of like post one chunk at a time in this particular thing. Okay, and this is going to like do that thing. So we have this key console log this chunk as well, so that we can like get an understanding of what's going on. Okay, now in this you also have something called close. Okay, and this close also takes controller. All right, so this also takes a controller, and here you can kind of like console dot string have been closed. Okay, so you can do this. Now once you're done with this, you can kind of like console dot log let's console log that chunks that we created here. Okay, and apart from this, you have something called abort. Okay, so let's say you want to abort that thing. So abort is kind of like used only after like if let's say percentage and you want to abort the process. In that case, you can kind of like uh, abort that thing. So you can write um process search from this process aborted, and let's pass this region here. Okay, now this is how this writable string is structured. So this start is used to initialize some things, and it is called immediately the moment this class is called, and then this write is kind of like something that you can call the moment you start writing. Okay, so in this case, in the writable case, what you can do, you get something called writer. Okay, so if you console log this console log writable, let's see what we get. So it is something, it is similar to that thing, right? So in that previous case, we were getting readable stream. In this case, we are getting writable stream. So it is locked, and it is saying it is false. The moment you kind of like, can get a writer on this, here what you do on the writable stream, you get something called get writer. And this is this entire same process. Okay. Now let's console of this writer, and let's also console of this writable. Okay. Now notice what happens here. So we are getting the similar kind of like object, but for the writable part. Now here as you can see, it says logged equal to true, right? So now let's start writing one chunk at a time inside that thing, so that and things become bigger. So what we do for the writer part, so we do like the writer, and the method that we had here write, and we're going to use that method, and we're going to pass the chunk. Okay, so we are going to say hi. Okay, so the moment you say hi, this is kind of like your console logging this chunk, and the moment you close it, it will give you the final thing. So here it has been kind of like written to this particular location wherever you are writing the chunk. Okay, so here you are writing hi, and let's use this writer to write, and let's say hi I let me copy paste this thing so that I do not have to write it. I have a house. So here you're saying I have a house. Okay. Now you have this thing. So what you're doing here is you are kind of like, writing this thing, and in same way you are reading. In this case, you are kind of like in chunks you are writing the data, right? And once you're done writing, what you can do, you can call this close method. Okay, writer dot close. Okay, and the moment you close it, here it says stream has been closed, and here it will say hi, I have a house. Okay, so this is kind of like console logging the chunks here after you have done everything. So this is going to like do that thing. So it's kind of like a way of doing that thing. And in practice you want to be using this writable or readable streams. What you will be doing with these things is most of the time you'll be working with an object which is of the form readable stream, and then you'll be working with the strings. Okay, now here we have written this. You can also call this abort method, and that is going to kind of like abort everything. So here you can kind of like call that abort, and it will abort your process. Okay, so this is how things work. Okay, now apart from this, we also have something called transform stream. Okay, so let's try to have a look at the transform stream and see what that is. Okay, so let me comment this thing out, then go and talk about the transform stream. Now, transform stream is kind of like the middle behavior of this entire thing. So, for example, let's say, uh, you know, what I'm doing, I'm kind of like taking some data from the readable stream. Okay, so for example, the readable stream is giving data to me in chunks, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of like transform this data to, let's say, bigger chunks, and then I'm trying to like write it down. So I'm going to write it. Okay. So what we are doing, the transform stream is responsible for transforming those chunks. So this is the responsibility of transform stream. So if let's say for some reason you want to transform some data in the middle, then you can do that. So for example, let's say you are accessing image data from some remote location. So let's say image data is coming to you in chunks. Okay, let's say a part of the image is coming. What you can do, you can use this transform to apply some transformation to this image, and um, you can then like do something with. So the transform string is for the transformation of each of the chunks. This is something you can kind of like remember. Okay, so let's try to write down how this transform string works so that we can actually have an understanding. So let's say we want to like uh, twice the number of twice the number. So let's say we are sending number from the readable string 1 2 3 4 5, and we want to twice it, and then we want to write it down. Okay, so let me show you how it works. So let's call this twice. Okay, I'm not sure if this is like a good name, but let's use this transform stream. Okay, so this is the class, and it also has a similar structure. Okay, it also takes start, and here it also takes controller, but most of the time you won't be using this start. Okay, and here you can kind of like console log something, console log, let's say hi, and here also what you can do using this controller, you can enqueue some data. Okay, so let's say you want to add some data in the transformation part, then you can add it here. Now what you can do here, you have a method called transform. Okay, and this is kind of like same as the write, and here also you take this thing and you pass this controller, and here all the transformation step, whatever transformation that you do, that happens. Okay, so let's say the controller dot enqueue, and you want to enqueue the twice of that thing. So let's create a function, and let's call this function twice it. Okay, let's call this function twice it, and what we're going to do in this function, we're going to take this uh, number, and we are going to like multiply that with 2, and then we'll get our value. Okay, so here what we are going to do, we are going to simply like write this twice each, and whatever like chunk that we have, we are going to simply chunk it. Okay, just make sure that in the chunk you are passing numbers only. Right now I'm just, for the sake of simplicity, I'm not going to write any validation step about the thing. But now you also have this controller part. Okay, and this controller part is kind of like this cross part is kind of like you were saying that hey, transformation has been finished. Okay, so there are different name for these things, so don't worry about these things, because I think you will be hardly using this transformation part in your day-to-day like projects. Okay, but still having an understanding of things can actually make sense. Okay, now let's say I have a string called host, uh, um, let's say num r string item, and this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create this readable stream. Okay, and here I'm going to use this star controller. All right, so let me arrange my board so that I can write. Right now I'm not about to write. Okay, so in this start, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this controller dot enq, and I'm going to write one, and let me write some other things. Okay, and at there we have two, we have three, we have four, and we have five, right? So right now we have this thing. Okay, now notice we are initializing the class with this 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and earlier I explained that this is kind of like initial value of that this thing. So whatever this start value is, it's kind of like your in your queue, this entire value is kind of added. Okay, it's not like only three values will be added depending on the capacity. So whatever you have declared in the start, that will be initialized. Okay, but the pool is kind of like where the capacity is kind of, uh, you can say it comes into place. So that's where the capacity is kind of important. Otherwise, in the start, whatever you have declared, it is kind of going to be initialized within the queue. Okay, right now I'm not going to add the entire pool, etc., because I'm simply adding this initial values, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this transform string that we wrote. Okay, and now let's also create a writable string. Okay, so let's call this num_w. So, okay, now this is my writable string, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this start. Sorry, what? Going to use this start, and here you can simply leave this thing, or you want to do something, you can do that. But here the most important thing is kind of like this right part. Okay, so in the right part, I need that chunk, and I want to kind of like simply console log that, and that thing I'm not going to write it anywhere. I simply want to like see how things are kind of going on, whether things are being processed properly or not. Okay, so I have this part. Now now what I can do, I can like one method is available on this readable stream, and this method is called pipe through. Now what I want to do, I want to send this num r stream to pipe through. I want to send the stream through the transform stream that we created here. So this twicer that we created here. Okay, so I have this twicer. Now this twicer, the moment you pass this, here you see this high, right? Now what I want to do, the moment this stream goes through this twicer, this transform stream, all the numbers that I have declared here, they will be kind of like transformed. Okay, and what I can do, I can simply write the transform to the some writable stream. So there is another method called pipe to. Okay, and here what you can do, you can do this thing. Okay, so notice what happens here. We are simply console logging this particular part. Okay, so let's get rid of this part. So here we are kind of console logging this 52 to 4869. Okay, so what is happening here? We have this readable string 1234. That means we are kind of like sending this data 1234, and we are passing this data through this transformed string. That means each of the chunk is getting transformed. That means each of the chunk is kind of like, you can say, is getting transformed. So 2 is getting multiplied, 1 is getting multiplied, okay, with 2, 2 is getting multiplied with 2, so we are getting 4, we are getting the 6, then we are getting 8. So it's kind of like transform string is responsible for transforming the chunks. And the controller enqueue that we have here, it can be used for passing some extra data. Let's say if you have some extra data that can be passed through as well. So using this enqueue, you can pass that as well, okay, in the string. But apart from that, this what this is doing here, you are enqueuing the twice of that chunk, twice of that chunk here, and that's why you are getting this 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. Now here also you can like decide that controller dot close. So make sure to do that. But I just wanted to show you that here, the moment it passes through the twicer transform stream, what we're doing, we are doing like sending it to the right stream, and the right stream is kind of like a console logging the each of the chunk. Okay, so just try to check out these two things. Pipe through is kind of like it is used for sending the chunk to the specific transform string, and then pipe 2 is kind of like responsible for sending some data from the transform string to the further down the line, whatever you want to use. Okay, so this is all you need to keep in mind, that there are readable stream, and then readable stream, transform stream, and writable stream. These three streams are there. Readable stream is used for kind of like sending a readable kind of like, you can say, stream data, one chunk data at a time. And writable stream is for writing the same thing. It's kind of like the opposite of that thing. And then transform stream is used to transform the chunk. Okay, so I understand this may be a little bit confusing for a beginner, but still having an understanding of what these things are can actually help you understand what goes on in other some concepts, because most of the time you'll be working with object of this readable stream part. Okay, you will not be creating the readable stream, you'll be using this readable stream. So as I mentioned earlier, that most of the time you will not be creating the promises. What you had here was you read from this particular promise, right? So the promise is already being returned to you, and then you are reading from that promise, right? So this is what we are doing. In the same way, you won't be creating the readable stream, writable stream, unless required to a specific application. Otherwise, you will be using your own like this object, and then you'll be doing some. You'll be using this particular part most of the time. This reader part. You'll be starting from the reader part, then you'll be getting the reader. Where is it? So yeah, you'll be starting from here most of the processes, and then you'll be doing that. Okay, in your application. Now, apart from this pipe through and pipe two, you also have a method called T. Okay, so let me show you what that means. Okay, so what this T is all about. So right now, whenever you have this readable stream, it can only be read by one reader at a time. That means it is getting locked to that reader. Unless that reader finishes the reading, it cannot be accessed by another reader. Okay. Now, if you want that particular thing at two places, so let's say if you need that at two places, in that case, so you have a method called T. So the T kind of like creates a copy of the string, and then that can be accessed by two readers. Okay, so let me show you. So let's let's call this string one and string two, and on this particular now our string, I want to call this T method. Okay, so this is going to give me two copies of this readable string, and here you are getting this error, failed to execute the readable string. So this is going to give you error because right now this readable stream is being used by this particular thing. Okay, so we need to comment this thing out in order to work out on a next concept. Okay, so here let me quickly like get the reader, and the moment we have the reader, I can use this read method, and then I can use like then, and here let's use a quick narrow function, and this is going to give me the value home. Okay, and then I want to simply console.log tab value. Okay, so as you can see, it says want, right? And now let's do the same thing from the stream T. Okay, so that means we now have the copies of the streams and we are able to kind of like access it, right? So this is one and this is one. So it's kind of like this stream method gives you two copies, and then you can use like the same string at two places using two different readers, or if you want to do something with a string, then you can do that as well. Okay, so this is how like you can use the T method. Otherwise, I think you know should not even need to remember these things, because this is not something that everyone knows and it's not something everyone teaches. So yeah, this is an important concept. Just try to understand that this is used just to deal with data efficiently, mainly the data that are really huge, really big data. Okay, so yeah, let me show you something, the ambient documentation, because there they have some examples, and I think like some things will become more clear. Readable string, let's go to readable string. Let's try to go somewhere, and let's try to let's first make this thing. Where can I see the examples? Let's go to constructor. Let's try to see if they have examples or not. Okay, so I think somewhere I saw the examples. I do not remember where it, because it was long time ago. And they have really nice examples somewhere. Okay, so let's search for stream API. Maybe here I can get some things. Yeah. So this is this is kind of like you can say um, I highly recommend reading this stream API, these theoretical concepts, this stream API concept, because this is going to make things clear for you. Okay, how things work. So they have explained some other concepts like uh, on the back pressure etc. that I did not cover. I used the concepts, but I did not use the terminology. Okay, so don't worry about it. Just try to read that thing. And here, let's try to look at this, example. So let me go through another example where I can actually show that to you. So let's go to this particular example. So here, notice like you're accessing the data by like one chunk at a time. So as you can see here, like the data is coming one chunk at a time, and the moment that everything is kind of like everything will finish doing, let's see what happens. So this is kind of like showing you the example. So like you're, instead of accessing data, entire data at a time, you are doing this. So let's let's take another example by the time this thing is processing. And here, notice here we are getting chunked hello hello world, and then finally you have this hello world. This it's kind of like you're sending that thing. So notice here the image data is getting is chunked in one chunk at a time, and then it is kind of like getting downloaded and everything is visible on this thing. So here it has like you have chunk number 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and here you have this chunk type, whatever that thing is. So it's kind of like used to access data one chunk at a time, and then you can like do something with it. And here like it keeps on going. And let's see another example, simple random string. Okay, so I think, yeah, so let's wait and see the final result here. What is happening? So let's wait for, like, the data is coming in one chunk at a time. So notice, like, this is kind of like makes things a little bit more efficient so that you are not overwhelming your browser. Okay, so these are kind of design mechanisms so that you can access data one chunk at a time. So this is all you have to understand about this thing. Okay, this is all there is to know. So I think it will take some time. You can try it out, on your own. So I'm just closing this thing. I just try to read through this string API, and I think there are tons of concepts that they have explained here in this particular post, and I highly recommend reading this thing. I'm going to add it to the this particular thing so that you can read that. Okay, and just write down. Don't forget to read it. Okay. So yeah, this is all about the string API. Now that we have the understanding of string API, we can understand the file API. Okay, which kind of like develops upon the concepts on this. Now let's talk about file API, and let's try to understand how we can work with files. Okay, so this is again like something that you'll be using. So let's see how things work. So the most important concept in file API is blob. Okay, and you have some other concepts, but let's just talk about blob. What is a blob? So you can see blob as some kind of like a special object which stores data in a very efficient manner, okay, in binary format. So it's kind of like, you can say, you have a data storage object where you can pass some data and store it in a very efficient manner, especially big like big files like videos, etc. So blob is useful in such situations. Okay, so let me first create a blob and then we'll see. Okay, so if if you think like blob is something new to, just you can think of it as like a bag which stores data. Okay, so let's create a blob. Okay, and let's try to, and here this in constructor takes an iterable. Okay, anything which can be, and like we can look through. So it takes an iterable, so I'm passing an array, and in this array I'll pass my data. Let's call this hello world. Okay, and the second thing it takes is some options, and these options like it exists in this moment, and here you can pass type, and there is another option text, but we are not going to touch that thing because that's not important. Okay, and here you need to specify things in MIME format. So something that I talked about earlier. So have a look what this thing is. So you can say that MIME is something that browsers understand. They do not understand file extensions. Like they kind of like prefer this type so that they can verify what kind of data they are working with. So here we are working with text editor. So we're going to write text plain. Okay. And now once we have this, let's console log this thing and see what this gives. Okay, so the moment you console of this thing, you will see that the size of this data is 12 bytes, and you have this type. Okay, so this is all you have to keep in mind. And then you have this method called array buffer slice stream text. Okay, let's look at these things and let's see what happens. So, this is not going to give you what is being stored inside, what is the data inside. It is only going to give you these two things, size and type. And if you need the data what is inside, then you can access them through this array buffer or stream or text. Okay, so it's up to you. You cannot like directly have a look inside that thing. Okay, so in order to do that, let's first look at this slice, because this is a very easy, you can say, method. So let's have this thing, and it also takes this another argument. The moment I slice simply means like you are getting another blob from the existing blob, and it is going to give you the sliced blob of this size of 5 byte. So this is what you're doing. You're creating another blob from the blob, and it is going to slice that thing. Now once we have these two things, let's do one thing. Let's try to look at another method, which is array buffer. Okay, and what this array buffer is. So if I console log this array buffer, let's do one thing. Let's console log this thing. The moment you console log this thing, you will see that it is giving you a promise, right? So as I mentioned that most of the time we'll be working with promises. It is giving you a promise which has array buffer like 12, result is 12, and the state of the promise is fulfilled. That means, there is no error on this. So you can use this then and do something about this particular thing. Okay, so okay, let me leave that here for you, and let's use then method, and let's take the value. Okay, and let's console log this particular value. Okay, so the moment you console log this thing, it is giving you an array buffer. Okay, so let's just for the sake of clarity, let's call this buffer, not uh, you know now this array buffer kind of like gives you how the data looks like. Okay, so here if you go on this any of these things, so let's go on this event and event 8 array. So here you see this thing. Okay, so what is this thing? You can say this is kind of like mapping of our text into this particular numeric format. So it's kind of like how data is like converted into ASCII or Unicode format. So this is what you was seeing here. Okay, so this is like giving you this particular thing, and you can do something with this array buffer. Okay, so the moment you have the value, what you can do, you can take the buffer and you can perform some action on that particular buffer. So for example, let take that array and let decode our text. Okay, so this is how we are going to decode that thing. So let's call this event 8 array, and let's first create, there is this class called event 8 array. Okay, and here you need to pass that buffer so that you will have the data. Okay, now what is this event 8 array and event 16, 13, and there were other things, right? So what these things are, you can say special kind of array which can store any specific kind type of data. So we'll just try read about it in the main documentation, and you will have some understanding of what these things are. Okay, so these are called typed array, and they are a special array that can store specific type of data. Okay, so here I'm just taking this buffer and I'm creating an array buffer from that. Sorry, I'm creating an array, and let's console log this thing and see the data. So here if you console log this thing, you will see this particular data. So this event is kind of like used when you have this ASCII values. So you can do that here. Notice like this prototype says typed array. Okay, now here you have this data. You can now use this thing and you can use a decoder, and you can decode the value so that you can have your text. Okay, so let's code this text, and using this text decoder we can decode our thing. And on this text decoder we have a method called decode, and this decode method takes your event array, and this is going to decode your code for you, and you can kind of like console log this thing and you will have the text value. So here notice you have the text value. So this is like how you can use this blob array buffer, and you can decode your text and get that thing. Okay, depending on the kind of data you have stored, you have to use different kind of type data. So this is something I think you should figure out on your own. Okay, so yeah, this array buffer is kind of like it gives you like how your data looks like, and kind of like it's give you a look at your data, and then you can access it and you can do something about that data. Okay, from there. Okay, now this is all you need to know. Now let's do one thing. Let's take this part and let's look at the another method that we had. So apart from this, you have another method which is called stream. Okay, now this is giving me readable stream. So notice like our previous concepts have been used now. Okay, this array buffer was returning promise, but this stream is returning me stream of that thing. Okay, so now on the moment you have this readable stream, something that we discussed earlier, what you can do, you can do something on this thing. Okay, so on this blob, let's first create a reader so that you know let's take the blob. On this blob we have the stream which is giving a readable stream, and on this readable stream we need to use this get reader, and this is going to give me the reader. Okay. Now if let console log this thing, you will see this readable string default reader. Okay, and in some cases you will see something some other type of reader, but right now we are seeing this thing. Now on this reader, what we need to do, we need to use this okay, let me show you something else. So on this reader, we call read, right, which is going to return us promise. So this is going to return a promise to us, and this is fulfilled, and we can do something about that thing. Okay, so that's it, that thing. So notice how these concepts are kind of like, coming together, and we are like, they're also being used at the same time in one single, concept. So let's create a function, and let's call this constant process chunk the way we did earlier. Okay. And in this particular function, we can like, take this done and value, and then here we can do something about the promise that it has returned. Okay. What about the object it has returned? Okay, so let's first write our logic, which is similar to what we have done earlier. So let's say string finished. Okay, and we need to return it, otherwise you'll get error. Okay, so the moment you have this thing, you have this console.log, and you can console log the value. The moment you console log this value, you'll see something. Okay, now let's also uh, do the recursion, so that we'll have your, you know let's do this recursion, and you will have this thing. Okay, so the moment you console log this value, you see you have this this array buffer. You are not getting that decoded format, so by default you get this thing. Okay, but if you want to decode it, you can simply like, use this new text decoders. Okay, and on this you just get the decode, and in this decode, what you can do, you can pass the value, and this is going to decode that for you. Okay, so here you can simply decode it in this way, and you will get this particular thing. Okay, so this is how you can kind of like read the values, if you want in the string format, if you want to read them in that this array buffer format, you can do that. And when you're working with text, you have a very simple method called text, and this also returns a promise, and then you can simply like, console log this thing, and this is going to do everything for you, and you will get the final value. Okay, so instead of decoding everything, you simply have this mirror for the text part, but for other things, like, you need to do these things and use them, okay, accordingly. So this is all you need to know about the blob. So blob are a special kind of like, you can say, object which are responsible for storing some kind of, a big data. So yeah, this is all there is. If you want to read about block, please visit the Embedded documentation, and there you will see some other concepts, but I think for now this is all there is. Let's try to understand how we can work with files. Okay, so in order to work with files, we need to first allow user to allow like, we need to first let user to allow us accessing their files. Okay, so in web development, you cannot write a script and access files on user's computer. You simply have to like, ask user that they should allow reading your files. In that manner, like, you can do something after that. So let's first create an input, and in this input we are going to take file as type, and let's give this id as input. Okay, now let's create the script, and here let's, let's take this input, and I also need, like, this document dot get element by id, and once we have selected the thing, let's and now what I'm going to do, the moment user clicks on this, user will give me access to the file on files, whatever files they want, and then we can do something about it. Okay, now there is a special event. Okay, the special event is called change event. Okay, and this change event is fired on text area, select, etc. So read about it where this event is fired. But the moment something changes on this particular input, that event is automatically fired. Okay, so that particular event, and let's do something about that. So the moment I have this event, I can, like, on this event dot target, what I can do, I can, like, access the files. So on this target, you have files property, and you can access that thing. So let's see what happens here. The moment I do this, I have this sample text, and when I, like, do that, change event is fired, and you see this file list. Okay, so this is going to give me the list of files, and here you have this at zero index, you have this sample txt. If you expand it further, you will see all the details about the files, like the size of file is 50 bytes, type is text plain. Okay, and last modified date was this thing. So yeah, these things you have here. So let's get access to the first file, and let's do something about it. Let's call this const file, and on this file I need to access the first index so that I can get access to the first file. Okay, if you have multiple files, you can select accordingly, you can look through them, you can, like, do something about it. So once we have this, in order to read the content of the file, right now we do not have access to the content of the file. So in order to read the content of this file, we need to, like, create a reader, and this is another kind of reader which is called file reader. Okay, and this does not take any argument, and this is kind of like going to help you read the content from the file. Okay, so this is what this is all about. Okay, now on this reader, what you can do, you can listen for some events. Okay, and this, on here you can listen for load event, and what you need to do, you need to simply, like, console log something, like whatever, like, event that you have, you can console log that thing, or like, whatever process that you want, you can do that on this thing. So load event is all about kind of like, it is fired when the reader is finished reading something. Okay, so here let's define a function, and let's console log this console.log reader.result. Okay, so right now notice, like, we are not giving access to file to the reader. Okay, we need to give access to the file. So we'll see how we can do that. Now let's also, like, listen to another event. So on the reader, you have various types of events. I'll talk about them shortly, but let's, let's console log this particular thing. You also have this error event, so you can do that. And here, let's pass this errors reading file. Okay, so you can listen for these events and show something on your like DOM. Okay, and once we have this, we need to specify reader, the file we want to read, and how we want to read. Okay, so we have, there is a method called, like, read as array buffer, read as data URL, read as text. Okay, and these are three things, like, you can go ahead and check other things, but right now I'm just going to use this data URL and what this particular thing is, and then you have to specify the file type. Okay, now once you have this, your reader is now ready. The moment you upload a file, reader will read that thing, and you'll see this reader.result in the console if it is successful. Otherwise you will see error. Okay, so let's do one thing, let's select this thing. Okay, the moment it happens, you see this particular thing, and you will have the URL. And what this thing is, this data as URL is kind of like a special way of, like, reading files. So you read about this data URL, what this thing is. It is kind of, you can say, special URL. It will redirect you to some URL related to your, this thing, and here you will see the data that you have. Okay, so this is how you can do that. Now if you want to read about this in, like, read as different format, let's say read as data URL. Okay, the moment you do that, let's select files. Sorry, I was going to do this array buffer. Okay, let's do it once again. So moment you do this, you'll get this array buffer. Okay, so this is kind of like different way. So this is something that I already discussed here, that how you can read that, but still, just note that on the reader, you have to specify how you want to read your file, and then you have to pass the file as an argument, and this is going to give you that thing. Okay, so this is all there is to this particular concept about file reading. Okay, and let me tell you, there are various types of events. Okay, now let's see how we can create our own files, and then we'll talk about all the other events. So let's do one thing. Let's create a variable called let's call this file. Okay, and here you have a constructor which is file, and again here you have to file some like iterable, and there you have to like do something about it. So let's pass this array. So let's call this I am a new file, and here in the second part you have to specify like the file name. Here you can and give any name to the file, and then you have to specify your some other options. So like here you have to specify type, so it accepts an option, and in the type you have to specify your MIME format, and then there is another argument which is called last modified date, and here you can like pass a date. So let's pass 2025. Okay, let's say this is 11 on some random number. Now we have this thing. Now the moment you do this console log this file, you have the file name here, file object here, and you have the same detail. Okay, and now if you want to do something about it, all you have to do is use this const reader, and let's do one thing. Let's copy paste this thing. Let's create the reader, and let's listen for some various events that we have. So on the reader we can listen for various events. Okay, so let's listen for add event listener, and on this you have some events like this load start. Okay, load start is fired when the reader starts reading that thing. So let's keep it simple. Now let's console.log reader started reading. Okay, now let's let's do this shortcut, and after this let's look at the load. Okay, you have this progress. Okay, here you have this progress event, and here you can say reading in progress. Okay, and then with this load reader finish reading, and here you can like console log that reader dot result. Okay, and then you have this error, and here you can say reading error. Okay, let's see if we have some other event left. So we have already progress, load start, load end. Okay, so load end is also there. You can do this thing. Okay, so you have this load end, and it is fired after everything is done. Yes, console.log load end fired. So let's just I'm just giving some random names. Once you have this whole thing, you need to use this reader, and on this reader you need to specify how you want to read. Let's call this data URL, and then we need to find do this. The moment you do this, notice you have this reader started reading, reader in progress, reader finished reading, and then the moment you finish reading, you are passing the result. And if you are getting some error, you get this thing. Otherwise, like it says load event file. Okay, and there is also something called like abort method. So you can like abort the progress if you want. So if you want, you can abort that thing. Okay, so the moment the moment you abort that thing, okay, the moment you abort that thing, this entire progress will stop and nothing will happen. Okay, but this load end event automatically like it fires irrespective of what happens. So this is just I wanted to show you in real world. maybe you won't be using those things, but yeah, I just wanted to show that these things exist. Okay, so yeah, this is all there is to file API. Now apart from this, you also have like some file system API. So I hope, like, you read about those things, but I don't think like these concepts you'll be needing them at the moment. So let's go to embedding documentation and let's have a look at the file API. And here, you have these various things. Okay, so let's go to this particular create object URL and let's see, not this. Here, let's go to this file reader. In the file reader interface, let's say the application asynchronously read the contents of a file, okay, or raw data buffers stored on the user's computer using file or blob objects to specify the file or read the data. Okay, so it's kind of like, there are various things to uh, read here. Okay, it's not like I'm covering everything in depth, but I'm just giving you like an idea, like how these things work. And I don't think like you will be using more than what I have taught you, but still, if you need anything, I think I highly recommend, like, following this code and following the embedding documentation at the same time will actually help you understand things in a more detailed manner. Okay, so this is something that I think will do. I can only teach you so far. So yeah, this is all there is. Now that we have the fundamental concepts covered here, okay, we have covered various APIs, and I think these concepts are not covered anywhere. Okay, but now let's talk about one important concept, which is file API. Sorry, fetch API. Okay, and this fetch API is really important because this is where, like, you'll be spending most of your time, and this is where, like, some concept are, like, uh, it will get complicated, you can say. Now that we have finished talking about the file API, let's talk about fetch API. Okay. And in the file API, I forgot to mention one thing, and it was that, when you are aborting the when you are aborting the reading, you also get to have this abort event, and this abort event is fired when you call this reader.abort method. And just remember this. I forgot to mention this particular part, so I have written it there. Okay. And the file API, sorry, in the fetch API, we mainly work with fetching data and how to kind of, you can say, like, let me first make sure that my tablet is okay. So what happens, it's all about working with fetching data and sending data to the server. So in real life, you have this client and you have the server, right? And these are two separate entities. These are not the same thing. And your server is responsible for holding the data, all the data, all your file, HTML documents, JavaScript, etc., all these things. Now your front end is responsible for, you can say, your, your all the things that you do once you have your data. Okay. Now there is a mechanism through which these two things interact with each other, and this is called HTTP protocol. Okay. And this HTTP kind of, like, you can say, sets uh, like it lays down some set of rules that each of the client and the service needs to follow. And what we do, like, there are various mechanism, and these are, like, design engineering in order to make sure that these two things work in a very secure manner and they communicate in certain manner. So let's say if I'm talking to uh, you know if I'm talking to one person, and like, I'm exchanging some information with this person, I need to have some set of rules. So if, let's say, uh, you know you are talking about some professional work, then you need to have some set of rules. Okay. So it's kind of like, you can say, it's a way of like, these are rules and regulations that are defined, and HTTP defines that, and the browsers is like browsers and the servers kind of communicate in that way. So browsers are kind of, you can say, the client. They request the data, and then they fetch you, and then you get the data, and then you do something with it. Okay. Now in HTTP, what happens most of the time, the client send a request message, and then your server is responds with a response message. Okay, so you send a request and server replies with a response. So it's kind of like if you say hello, server will say hello back. Okay, or server can say hello has been received successfully. Okay, so response is just to let the client know that yes, this particular um, I have actually processed your request, and this is the final response that you get. Okay, so this is how it works. Now there are various things, and I'm not going to discuss everything in this particular section because it's really vast. And if you go to this MDN documentation, you have this HTTP part. Okay, and here you'll find like tons of things. You have this entire guide which discusses everything from the scratch. Okay, and I highly recommend you go through the entire thing because I'm not going to cover the every single concept that is discussed here because it is not simply feasible. Maybe I'll create another separate video where I'll discuss that because it's really going to consume a huge amount of time. So I'm not going to do that. But just for the basics, just try to understand that HTTP is how we communicate, and this sends a request to the server responds with a response, and then that response may contain the data, and the data can be kind of like used for the processing. Okay, now let's have a look at how this response and request look like. So when you are making any request, your request looks like something like this. Okay, so let's go through one of the examples that is there. So let me so let's say this is my request that I made. So HTTP has a different way of writing. So here what you do, you specify your method. When you say get, that means you are asking server to send some data. Okay, and this specify the paths, and this specify the protocol version you are using. So it can be HTTP 1.1, it can be 2, 3, whatever. And then you have some headers, some details. Headers are what are headers? Headers you can consider like some properties of the communication. So whatever you are communicating, they need to have some structure, right? And the headers determine what kind of structure to follow. Okay, what kind of like principles to follow. So header is kind of like you can say property of the communication that is happening. Now now this is kind of how HTTP works. So whenever client requests, let's say a data from the server, client sends a request, and during this process browsers establish like TCP connection, and then like a lot of other things happen, and then establish a connection, and then the request goes to the server responds, and the TCP connection kind of like it gets disconnected. Okay, and this is how it worked in like in the very beginning. But nowadays what happens is like this connection stays open, and like you can take multiple responses. You can like communicate with server with multiple responses. So earlier, for each request, there used to be TCPs, new like connection establishment and everything. But for now, what happens is like most of the time, some like communication stays open with the server for some time limit or some based on some rules, and then like you can send multiple request and within that open that connection, and then you can do something with it. Okay, uh, so this is why like if somebody asks you that uh, is HTTP request has some state, so you can simply say no. HTTP is stateless. Stateless means each request is kind of like independent of the previous request that you said. So this request will have no idea about this previous request. Okay, why? It is because each time you send a new request, so let's say if the user is sending for product 1 to access product 1, each time you send product 1, and let's say if you're sending product 2, these two are treated as two different requests. Okay, they may be processed in the single TCP connection, so they may be like requested in single TCP connection, but like these two states are have no idea about the other requests. So this is why like this HTTP is stateless. So try to read about the concepts that I have discussed, and once you go through this entire HTTP guide in MDN documentation, you will have a solid understanding of how things work. Okay, and I think it's important because I can only explain concepts so far. Now here, as I explained, you have this method path and your protocol version, and then you have the header which determines the property of the communication, how to communicate, and what are the rules to follow. And the moment the server gets the response request, sorry, then it responds with this response, and this response is structured in this manner. Server will send you the HTTP protocol version. It will send you a status code. Status code determines the response kind of status, you can say. So when you say that 200, okay, that means your response was successfully, the request that you made was successfully handled by the server, and server will respond with something. So here server will respond with the document that you asked from it. Okay. And here server will also send some headers, and headers will have some details about the thing. Okay. Now the gap that you see here, that gap simply says like the header has finished. After that you have the body. Okay. So this is all there is. Like this is how these two things communicate. Server, this client will send this message, and what method to do and what to do, and the server will respond with it in this particular structure. Okay. And you do not have to remember these things, these all these details: date, server, last, modify, e tag, accept ranges, content length, content type. These determine the communication standard, communication type, you can say. So these are properties of the communication. Now here, as you can say, you have these headers. Okay. Now let's try to have a look at, these headers can also be of two types. So if you go to this HTTP message, these headers can also exist in some, different ways. So here, as you can see, you are making a post request. Post request means, let's say you are creating a new article, and you are adding that article to the server. Okay, so in that case, you'll be making post request, and then you will be specifying this location and your HTTP version, and then you have this host, content tag, content length. Now this is the body. Okay. Now the header can also be of two types. Okay. First header determines the details about the request, so it can be host, user agent, accept, etc. And the second is called representation headers. So this representation headers determines the features of the body. It will tell you what type of content you're sending, or what is the length of that thing, and other details. So these are headers are there are various types of headers, and you do not have to remember them. Simply look into the documentation and go through this entire thing once. Okay. And apart from that, you have various types of methods. So you have patch, post, put, etc. You have options, everything, there are so many things, and you can send a lot of things in your request, and your server will process that request and do something with it. Okay. Now I'm just giving you an overview of how things work. Okay. If you want to read these things in detail, you have to go through this entire guide, and just try to search on the internet, maybe look into a book that will give you solid understanding. But I think for now we are kind of ready to know how to request data and how to send the data. So this is all I'm going to discuss. I'm not going to create some complexity here, so that you can have some basic understanding. So you can consider HTTP as a communication, you can say, standard, which determines the rules and regulations in order to how to communicate with the server, how to get the data, how to send the data, how to you can say communicate with each other. So HTTP is all about communication with the client and server. Okay. Now that we have this basic understanding, let's go ahead and talk about how to fetch data from external API. Okay. And how to work with that data, and how to even send the data. So these two things I'm going to discuss. And yeah, so let's go ahead. And here I have this website which hosts some data. So this is kind of behaving like a server. It is going to give you some free access to the API, and from this particular API, you can access this data, and you can then use and show that on your front end. Okay. So this is just a a dummy website which gives you some dummy data, and from here you can do something. So this and these things are kind of as you can see, this is existing in an array, and that contains some objects. Okay. Objects which contains the data related to the user ID, title of the thing, and body. Okay. So this is kind of how servers store the data. let's say for a blog website, and then you can access the data and show that on the front end. Okay, so this is your responsibility as a front end developer to access the data stored on the server using Fetch API and then do something with it. Okay, so this is what you will be doing most of the time. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. Okay, now that we have this, let's use the Fetch API, and we are going to do that right away. So in order to fetch data from any particular location, you need that location. So here you have this URL from where we are going to fetch the data, and there are various such dummy websites where you can search for things. So I'm just going to first create a function, and this function will be async function because we are requesting data, so it is asynchronous most of the time. Okay, and now let's call this function get data. And once we have this, let's also call this function. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this try catch block. And since I have already discussed this entire thing, I do not need to repeat this thing because you know let's call this response, and we are going to use this fetch method, and this fetch method is kind of available on window object. So you can pass the URL from where you are fetching the data, and by default the method that you send to the server, the HTTP that you send to the server, that is going to be your get method. Okay, so whatever method that was in C, that will the get method. Okay, and it also accepts some second argument, some options, and in that option you can specify the method, you can specify headers, you can specify body, etc. Now in JavaScript, this is how you do that. So this is going to this here we are going to use this await because fetch is going to return a promise, and once the promise is fulfilled, we see that thing. If it is rejected, we will see that here in this particular catch block. Okay? And in some situation, what happens, your response may not be when this your response is not okay when it is when some issue occurs. You also it also you get some error. Okay, so in those situations, what you do, your response won't be rejected, but you can say in order to fix that thing, if we use this particular approach, so sometimes your response may not be okay, but your promise won't be rejected either. So in such situation, use this that because we want to work with successful responses, we do not want to work with non okay responses. So in that situation, what we do, we use this okay property which is available on response object, and this particular thing, this fetch API returns a promise which resolves in a response object. Okay, and inside this it accepts a request object. Okay, so this is all there is. Now once we have this, what we can do in order to answer our promise, let's say in case our there was some error with that thing, so we can simply say there was some error. So what you're doing here is you're simply kind of throwing an error, and that will automatically be caught by this catch block, because sometimes when response is not okay, even then the promise may get resolved, but we do not want to work with this non-okay things. Okay, so we do this, read about it, and it will become clear. Once we have this response, even this response here, it kind of, you can say, it returns a promise. Okay, so let's have a look at the response object, and let's see how it works. So let's go to this response, and here you get a lot of things. So you get this let's go to this response constructor. Okay, so it returns you this particular object. You can construct your own response using this thing, and it gives you a lot of other things. So it returns a body object, it in body for the these things. Read about it, it will give you the some options. So let's say these options are your these properties, your body used, headers, okay, redirected, status text, type, URL, and then you have some other methods like You have static methods on the class itself, like error, JSON, redirect. You have some instance method like array buffer, blob, bytes, clone, format data, JSON, text. Okay, so these are like, things that you can use in order to convert the data in your appropriate format. So let me show you what I mean. So once you have this thing, what you can do, you can take this data. Okay, you can await this response because it also returns promise. So you're going to await that, and we are going to use the JSON method on this response object. Why? It's because we want our formatting in the JSON format. Okay, so because we know that our server is going to respond the response will be in this format, so we want that thing. Okay, if you want in some other thing, let's say you want blob, you can do that as well. Okay, so let me show that to you first. Let's console log the you know data. Okay, the moment you console log this data, let's also console log the request and see that this matches the response. Sorry. So the moment you console log the response here, as you can see, it is same as this response object. Okay, so this response object, it has body use headers. Okay, so the moment you get this okay means your request was successfully full, like you can say, handled by the server, and you get this status code of 200. Okay, and in the body you get the data that you have, and the body is always readable stream, and we already talked about what readable streams are. So you can, if you want to process the readable stream by byte, you can go ahead and do that. But this is the entire structure. Okay, so this response object has this entire structure, and these are some details. Okay, now if you want to read about these things in detail, go ahead and click on any of these things, and that will show you what those things are. Okay, now the moment you call this response .json, you get your data in the JavaScript object format. Okay, so this is not in JSON format, this is in JavaScript object format. And here you see all the details related to your, the document, like whatever thing that you have. And you have this length of 100, and you have this, entire thing. And then you you get this whole data here. Now, once you have the data, what you can do, you can look through this thing, and you can use the user ID, this body title and user ID, etc. And you can do something with that. Okay, so this returns an array. So as you can see, it returns an array, and in the array we have this entire object. So this is same as this particular thing, right? This is same as this particular thing. This entire thing is coming out to us because we face the data on this particular location. Okay, so if let's say uh, you know let's go ahead and let's go to this comment. So let's go and select this thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and select this URL. So the moment you do this, you will see one single post. Okay, so if you want one single post, and here you will see this one single post. Okay, as an object, and from then you can do something with. Okay, now why and this how this thing works behind the scenes. So when you are building API, yeah, during using this Node.js and other things, what happens is you specify some routes. Okay, and those routes determine how the front end can access the detail. Okay, and then what you do, the backend engineer will reveal all the routes to you, and then it like it tells you where the get request will go, where the post request will go, where the put request and patch delete etc request will go. And then based on that, you can do something on that thing. Okay, so your backend engineer is going to determine the URL. So whenever you are developing some backend, in such situation also you have to determine the route so that the front end can send the request to a specific location, and then from there you can get the data. Okay, so you can think of backend and front end as two different types of you can say computers, and they're operating on different location, and then they're kind of like communicating with each other. So this is like how I try to understand backend and front end. Okay, because they have their own URLs and everything. Now that we have our data, we can do something with it, and I'm 100% sure that you know this very well. Okay, now let's try to send the data. Okay, so in order to send the data, we are going to follow the same approach. Okay, we do not have to do anything. We are going to follow the same approach. The only thing that will change is the type of method and some headers that we are sending. Okay, so the moment you have this, okay, I need to change, make some changes to it. Here what I want to do, I want to send some, now this by default it will always be the get method, but I want to change the method because I want to now, make the post request. So I want to make the post request, and let's go here and let's see where we can make the post requests. Okay, so here we have the post request only on the posts. Okay, so you need to verify where the post request goes. Okay, and here the post request goes here. Okay, on this thing. Now, the moment you have that, okay, let's first get rid of this function. It should not get executed, and here let's call this new post, and we also need to create a new post first so that we can send that thing. And apart from method, what we want to do, let's first create a post. So let's call this new post, and here I just want to show you an example. So whenever you're creating a new post, so let's say you are working on front end and you just send some details to you. So whenever you are creating some post, it needs to fit the structure in which these posts are on the back end. Okay, so let's go ahead. So whatever this entire structure is, you need to specify the structure. You do not have to specify this ID because ID is determined by the data is. But rest of the things, whatever structure that is your title, body, user ID. So your API developer will automatically tell you what structure they expect, and automatically you will have your you can send the data in that manner. Okay, so once we have this new post, we need to create the data in the similar structure our server expects. And let's call this title, and you can send the title as, let's call this JavaScript DOM post. Okay, and let's in the body, since it is also asking body, let's do one thing. Let me copy paste this thing, and they're not going to add it there because otherwise people would misuse that thing, right? So actual in reality you will not see things here. Okay, now apart from this we also need user ID, right? So let's specify the user ID. Okay, let's give it 14, or you can name anything. Okay, now that we have our initial structure, what we can do, we can send this data. Once we have the data prepared, we can send this data in the method, and in this particular second argument, we first specified the method. Now once we have specified the method as post, we also need to specify the headers. Okay, and headers is where you determine what kind of how to handle the data, how server will kind of verify everything. Now here you need to give some detail about the body that you are sending over. So here what I'm going to do, I need to first figure out how server expects the data, in what content type, and what other headers that it expects. Okay, so you need to specify some content type. Okay, and if you go here and look, earlier we were making the, let's go ahead and let's uncomment this part, and let me show you something. Okay, so we are getting some error from the right. So let's go ahead and let's see. So the response that we were getting, body, title, user, etc. So you need to find out what kind of data that is coming from, the type of data. So right now I do not see that thing here, but I know what kind of data that is coming. It is application JSON. So let's just, for the sake of this video, let's ignore that part. But you can actually verify what kind of data you are getting. Okay, and let's uncomment this part. And you also need to verify with the server what kind of data it accepts. So here in the content type, you need to specify what exactly you're sending. So this is nothing but the MIME type. Okay, and here you have to write application /JSON if you're sending JSON data. Okay, now that we have this, in the third part, we need to specify the content, the actual content that we are sending. So we need this body, and we need this JSON.stringify. What this is going to do, this is going to convert my this JavaScript object into the JSON. Okay, so we use this, and we need to send everything the way server expects. Otherwise, you will see errors. Okay, once I have done this, I think I'm good to go. Okay, now this is again a request that you are making. You are making the post request now. The moment you make the post request, server will respond with some response, and that response is something that you can, again, that is again a promise that you can console log and do something with it. And you can take that details, and you can do something if you want. So let's go ahead and let's call this function new post, and let's see what happens. Okay, so the moment you made this, the moment you call this function, uh, we have made this request, and let's see how a server responded. So the server responded, okay, true, okay, and you have this status of 201. So in the previous case, when we were fetching data, when we were getting the data, when we were using get method, which is by default, we were getting 200, right? So 200 means like the status was successful. When you get 201, that means it has been created on the server. Okay, and this is how you can understand what happened on the server. Now here, as you can see, it is the response it gave was the entire thing, the body it did, and then you can visualize that here. Okay, so this is how kind of you can say send data to the server using the post method. If you want to update the data, you can use other methods. If you want to delete, you can use delete method. You put patch, etc. Other things are there, and in the headers part, you specify how to handle the request. And in the body part, if you are sending the data, so whatever this data that you are sending, we need to first create the data in the desired format the server expects, and then we send that data. Okay, so this is all there is to the response. And I think this is more than sufficient for a beginner. And if you are if you are kind of um, working on some new projects, then automatically you'll get used to how to use these things. Okay, these are some fundamental concept, and these are the only things that you'll be using. And more than this, if you want to know more, there is a lot more to this. But for now, I think just go ahead and read the HTTP part, and you will have some things. Okay, so you will have some solid understanding. And now this request that you pass here, this in the fetch, this can also be created in a request object separately, and then you can um, pass the request to another fetch, and then you can do something with that. Okay, now the response that you get here is it is a readable stream. So make sure that you are not using that. If you are you cannot read that again and again. So this is like the rule that I discussed about the readable stream. So if you need that you need to clone that thing, and you can then do something about it. Okay, so yeah, this is all there is to fetch API, and just go ahead and read that in the ambient documentation about HTTP. Work on a few projects. I'll be uploading videos related to some projects where I'll show you the real world use case of how to fetch data from external API and do something with that. But for now, I think this is more than sufficient, because uh you know I'll be discussing more topics. Okay, this is not the end of the entire tutorial. I'll be adding more videos to it, but I think right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to compile the entire video that I have recorded until now, and I'm going to post the first part. And once I see the response on YouTube that it is really response is really good, then I'll post the subsequent parts, maybe one video at a time. Okay, so I just wanted to create an entire tutorial so that people who do not have money, or who cannot afford some professional courses which people are selling, they may be able to understand the fundamentals of the document object model, may be able to delve into this web development thing. Okay, so this was all for the public service. But yeah, if you like this entire tutorial until now, I know that I was not speaking from a script. Okay, and let me tell you, when you speak something from the script, uh it becomes a little bit easier, but I find that really annoying, to be honest, because I just wanted to keep things as natural as possible. But if I get better response on this video, if I get people asking like things, and like, if I get positive response, maybe I'll try to create a professional course and launch that. But for now, I think this is more than sufficient. I'll be posting new videos in this series, and I'll be like, adding more to this tutorial, okay, in subsequent videos. So just stick around, maybe subscribe to the channel, and if you want to support this entire thing, just go ahead and buy the notes, which is really available at an affordable cost, okay. So you do not have to like spend a huge amount of money. It is really affordable. You can buy that, and you will get the notes, and you will get all the codes that I have here. So you have these various topics, and everything is kind of like, separated in there, each section. And we have built a few projects, but we are going to see and build more projects, okay. I'll be posting videos on projects and other things. So just subscribe and do that. Okay, so on the Windows, also we have various concepts that are left, okay. But for now, I think you have solid understanding of the fundamentals, and even if you decide, let's say, to look at these concepts on your own, you'll have like, solid fundamentals to explore the web development on your own, okay, after this entire concept that I have discussed. Now that we have these things, just go ahead, hit that subscribe button, and maybe like, purchase the note, and you'll have all the things. And if you do not decide to do anything, that's totally okay. And if you have any question, anything that, feel free to ask in the Discord community, okay. So yeah, that is all there. Is to this thing. I'll be posting more videos. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the subsequent parts of this series, okay. So have a nice day. Good luck learning web development. Practice these concepts. I'll be posting more videos.